Good morning and welcome. I'm John Walters, President and CEO of Hudson Institute. It is my privilege to welcome you to this symposium celebrating Max Singer. Max Singer, together with Herman Kahn and Oscar Rubhausen, founded Hudson Institute. Through hard work, vision, and dedication to new ideas, Max and Herman began a partnership and charted a mission for Hudson that continues to inform our work to this day. That is, to think about the world in new and unconventional ways, and to apply that analysis to pressing policy challenges of our time. Max served as president of Hudson for over a decade and remained affiliated with Hudson Institute up until his sad passing on January 2020 at the age of 88. My colleague Ken Weinstein will offer remarks about Max's role at Hudson and his contributions to the work of the Institute over the years. But let me say here at the onset, three aspects of Max's character and his life stand out to me. He was a big picture thinker who loved the world of ideas. He was a patriot, deeply committed to the success of both the United States and to Israel. And most importantly, he was a beloved husband, father, and grandfather. To celebrate Max and his intellectual legacy, we have assembled a distinguished panel of his friends and colleagues to reflect on his book, History of the Future, The Shape of the World to Come is Visible Today. This is the 10th anniversary of its publication. We'd like to begin the symposium with a video about Max Singer, his life, and his work.
I'm often accused of being an optimist. I plead guilty to being a recognizing optimist. And the great tool that I have on my side is I'm not talking about tomorrow morning. I'm talking about a very long time in the future, which has lots of room for things to change.
The enduring legacy of Max and Herman's founding is the insistence on being smarter and being unconventional in questioning what's given to you as an assumption, and optimism.
Herman and Max together had a vision about building a new kind of think tank, one that would be more open, more freewheeling, one that would look at the big questions of the day.
I think what distinguished Hudson during that period was not only the use of social science methods, they also tied it into what you could call historical analogies, or the historical method, in which looking at what had happened in the past.
A look at history that was different from what other people saw when they looked at history. And they saw the rise of standards of living and the ability of human beings to overcome fundamental human problems of famine, war and peace, and I think even longevity.
Max was a self-described futurist, so he was this interesting combination of, he was like a historian but with a futurist mindset, which you normally don't see these days.
Max thought about millennia. He was extremely broad gauge from both a geographic and a temporal point of view, and I would think that he professionally would not have been happy in any field that didn't allow him to roam widely over space and time.
He was a very public-spirited intellectual. He was enormously interested in all sorts of subjects intellectually, but above all, he encouraged thought to contribute to the public welfare of this country.
Like, Max was president of Hudson Institute during the time that Hudson Institute rose to incredible prominence on the national and international stage.
Max worked on an awful lot of different things. He worked on demography, on world economics, the Soviet Union, on power politics, on China, on India, on the Middle East.
The intellectual brilliance was sort of weighted on the side of Herman, but the practical application was weighted on the side of Max, and the two of them meshed very well.
Without Max, it would never have worked. And I think Herman knew that. Max kept order when order was required.
You want to know how things really work, what really happened. How can you understand this or that phenomena or historical event, and how it applies to our time?
He wanted to know whether the sign on the equation was positive or negative, and whether the arrow was pointing up or down. And that may sound a little trivial, but in a world where people were getting the big things wrong all the time, it was a basic grounding.
His thinking about the long-term future of Judaism, which of course is marked in thousands of years. And so he was trying to think, not just 50 years ahead, which would be the long-term future for a lot of policymaking, but hundreds of years ahead. And I think that had something to do with the family moving to Israel.
He had a wonderful family, a happy marriage, wonderful children, grandchildren. I think a lot of it came from his own deeply enriching experience as a father and a husband and all those great things. I also think his love for the state of Israel and his love for the United States, and two exceptional countries. And when you see what these countries can do, and Max was intimately involved, in all sorts of policy areas and in Israel himself, I think those things actually shaped his optimism.
Max to me is a gentle giant. I mean, he was he had an unbelievable grasp of the long-term trajectory that lay ahead for humankind.
That is, there was unity before 1800 over time and space. There's disunity now. You have some countries that are modern, some countries who've barely started, and most countries in between following this path. When every country has become modern, then we'll have a modern world. We will again have a unity.
He's genuinely intellectual curious and very open to ideas, and he wasn't afraid to change his mind and wasn't afraid to make bold stands. Training with Herman Kahn, he got a range of, and as a lawyer, looking at both sides of the issue.
He was a welcoming, warm, endlessly curious, endlessly patient man. And he was interested in almost everything, apart from his principles, which I would have said were American patriotism, Zionism, unquenchable championing of freedom. Pretty much everything else was on the table, and he was willing to debate or argue or rethink anything as new facts came in.
He definitely believed that this idea of democracy and freedom is extremely appealing to people, and eventually it will conquer the world.
We ought to be very grateful to Max for that, for recognizing and supporting Herman, for making Herman better, and for keeping Hudson alive, so it could continue to have an impact, and even does still today.
We are still trying to take on some of these same problems of technology, of war and peace, of looking at the harnessing of human capacity for a better world. We're intending to go after the most serious public policy problems with a look to innovation, creative thinking, and long-term time horizon.
I'd like to extend a special welcome to Max's wife, Suzanne Singer, and his sons, Saul, Daniel, and Benji, who are watching the program from Israel. Many thanks to the Singer family for their support, not just in putting together this program, but in lending us quite a bit of Max's time over many years. On behalf of my colleagues at Hudson Institute, thank you. Now I'd like to welcome my colleague Kenneth Weinstein to offer some remarks about Max. Ken is the Walter P. Stern Distinguished Fellow at Hudson Institute. He was president and CEO of Hudson from 2011 through 2020. He knew Max dating back to 1991 when Ken first joined Hudson. Welcome, Ken, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, John. It's a distinct honor to be able to speak about Max Singer, who left an extraordinary legacy institutionally, intellectually, and personally in the 6 decades he was associated with Hudson Institute. Max was Hudson's co-founder, the Institute's second president, a senior fellow and trustee. But he was, perhaps most importantly, Hudson's intellectual conscience, someone who called us back to our founding and the research principles that he and Herman Kahn established. Hudson Institute, quite simply, would not exist were it not for Max. Herman Kahn may have been an internationally celebrated intellectual, but Max was both the architect and the builder of Hudson Institute, a feat he accomplished before his 30th birthday. In the late 1950s, Herman Kahn, a leading light at the Rand Corporation, where he had been for more than a decade, grew as frustrated with Rand leadership as the leadership was with him, in part because Herman had brought scenarios about possible nuclear war with the Soviet Union into the public domain as a part of his efforts to promote civil defense. In his discontent, Herman began to think about founding the Academy for National Security, a grandiose concept that actually went nowhere. Then, in the summer of 1960, at an MIT summer study seminar on arms control, Herman met a recent Harvard Law graduate by the name of Max Singer. Max, all of 28 years old, immediately impressed Herman as serious and able to go toe-to-toe with him on geostrategy. This was an improbable friendship. The rumpled Herman Kahn and the elegant and refined Max Singer. But Max was smitten immediately as well. An intellectual and institutional partnership was born that would last until Herman's death in 1983, one that would have profound impact on national and international policy. Max quickly joined Rand in Santa Monica on the eve of Herman's resignation from that organization. According to Barry Bruce Briggs's biography of Herman Kahn, Super Genius, The Mega Worlds of Herman Kahn, Herman was a super genius, but Max was the institutional genius who made Hudson Institute. Herman had forsaken his dream of that National Security Academy, so much so that even after recruiting Max to Rand, Herman sought a new perch at a university or existing research institution. But Max, still in his late 20s, persuaded Herman, in Max's words, to, quote, open your own grocery store. And so it was. Max envisioned a research institute in Herman's own image, open, unconventional, using historical analogy, knowledge of science and technology, guided by the methodology Herman pioneered at Rand, using scenarios to imagine achievable alternative futures. Herman and Max set out to build a research institution that recognized that the policy playing field and the world we live in, as it were constantly changing, shaped by the dynamic and transformative interplay of factors and trends that transcend geostrategy, including demography, culture, rates of economic growth, and technological innovation. Max established the structure for this new kind of think tank, one that would promote the shared vision that he and Herman had, an organization led not by bureaucrats, but by researchers, focused not on technocratic problem solving, but on expanding the policy imagination. And most importantly, one set up to think unconventionally and comprehensively about the most pressing problems facing mankind, especially the threat of nuclear war. To think big, the organization had to be based outside the Beltway, unaffected by the policy calendar. Here, Max's family connections to New York elites would play a critical role. After convincing Herman to open his own boutique, Max next convinced a high-profile family friend, Oscar Ruppausen, a close confidant of a rising figure in U.S. politics and U.S. foreign policy in particular, then New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller, to sign on as the third co-founder. Hudson Institute was then incorporated to great media fanfare on July 20th, 1961. Max, as Neil Pickett notes in his superb History of Hudson Institute, devised the institutional framework for Hudson. The Institute's research staff was recruited to avoid the hierarchy and trained incapacity inherent to academic specialization. Instead, Hudson would be democratic, interdisciplinary, staffed by intellectual mavericks, ranging from physicists to non-college graduates, all of whom would use intuition and rigorous internal debate to see beyond the headlines. Thus, the method of inquiry that Hudson made famous was institutionalized. Engineers would be assigned cultural questions, lawyers, economic ones, economists, geostrategic ones, and so forth, with the hope that the policy aperture could be widened through collaborative research. Getting the long-term big picture was critical to setting policy from the proper perspective. Max sought to enhance the research bench by drawing on prominent intellectuals and business leaders recruited as public members of Hudson Institute. Giants such as Raymond Aron, Hans Bethe, Ralph Ellison, Milton Friedman, Henry Kissinger, Thomas Watson, and so forth, all of whom could contribute to Hudson's work and vote for the Institute's trustees. Although Max, who was barely 30, was the co-founder and architect of Hudson Institute, he wasn't the Institute's first president. That job fell to Don Brennan, the larger-than-life MIT arms control expert. Brennan stepped down, though, as Hudson president in 1964, and Max, then chief counsel in the triumvirate that ran Hudson, took over, holding the helm until 1973. Running Hudson alongside Herman was never easy, as Don Brennan had learned. Herman was notoriously undisciplined and deeply averse to doing the fundraising necessary to bring the Institute's finances in order. But under Max's leadership, Max, who, as we learned from Gail Neal in the video, brought order when order was necessary. Hudson made signature contributions to elevating the public debate. In addition to publishing pioneer works on civil defense in the face of the nuclear threat, Hudson came to the forefront of predicting the future through such studies as the 1967 classic, The Year 2000, which challenged the reigning pessimism of the day, predicting an information revolution of interconnected computers, portable telephones, and post-industrial prosperity for much of mankind by the end of the century. The emerging Japanese superstate in 1970 predicted that Japan would soon be the world's second largest economy and turned Hudson into a household name in Japan. Why anti-missile ballistic defense made the case for missile defense a decade before the Strategic Defense Initiative was developed. Research on energy at the time of the 1973-74 Arab oil embargo rejected the conventional wisdom that the price of oil would continue to skyrocket, arguing correctly that human ingenuity would devise new means of extraction leading to growing supply and lower energy costs. Max's fingerprints on all this research were clear. Just as he gave clarity to Hudson institutionally, he gave clarity to key Hudson studies on nuclear deterrence and beyond. As Max himself would note later in life, he was so inextricably bound to Herman, and he and Herman had such rich exchanges incidentally, in which they did not always agree. And Max would get the better of Herman at times, that Max could no longer tell who laid the predicate for the argument he would expound decades later. That being said, in 1974, after 9 years as Hudson president, Max decided it was time to step down. Max felt a deep pull and responsibility for the Jewish state, whose very existence in those days was far from assured. He decided to dedicate his institutional and organizational genius, his intellectual and organizational genius, to the future of the Jewish people, pursuing a dream he had to create a Hudson Institute-like organization in Israel, raising his 4 boys there with his beloved Sue. Although the organization Max established never attained the stature Hudson had in the United States, Max became a confidant and advisor to Israeli leaders, trained many of Israel's finest strategic minds, and became a well-known participant in that nation's intellectual debates. Though Max would go back and forth to Israel over decades before living full-time in Jerusalem at the end of his life, he returned to the United States in 1984 and to Hudson Institute in its newly established Washington office. Hudson had moved its headquarters from Croton-on-Hudson after Herman's sudden death in 1983 to Indianapolis, and eventually to Washington in 2004. Our mission drifted at times massively from Max's original vision. Nevertheless, he always had a special stature in internal debates. This stature didn't derive from being co-founder of the Institute or from the fact that his scenario work was deeply valued at the Pentagon and beyond. It came from Max's unique ability to see beyond the horizon, which we will learn about shortly. Almost 15 years ago, knowing about unconventional means of energy extraction and analyzing seismic data from the Bakken Formation in North Dakota, Max began to speculate about the United States becoming energy self-sufficient and a global energy player. He proved right. At about the same time, he saw Canada's tar sands as becoming an economically viable energy source. A fellow Hudsonian ridiculed Max for this belief and offered to drink a glass of tar sands oil if Max proved right. Ever modest and generous, years later, it never even occurred, Max never even thought about asking this colleague to imbibe what likely would have been a fatal shot of Alberta crude. Max had even forgotten about the wager until I reminded him. That was Max, far-sighted, yet completely magnanimous. The model for intellectual probity, looking at data, thinking about possibilities others couldn't see. He was, in short, Hudson's intellectual conscience, setting the highest bar for what our work should be and calling us to be true to the founding principles he established. He reminded us that while politics are crucial to policy, our duty goes well beyond partisan politics and well beyond today's news headlines. It brought me immense personal satisfaction to know that Max was pleased with what his dream Hudson Institute had become in his last few years. Max reminded us that we needed to be partisans, but partisans of a different type, a type not common to Washington, partisans of what he termed a more human future. I know of no better way to explore this cherished friend and mentor than by discussing Max's last book, The History of the Future. Thank you very much.
Now it is my privilege to introduce the moderator of our distinguished panel. Leon Cass is Emeritus Scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. He is also Addie Clark Harding Professor Emeritus in the Committee on Social Thought at the University of Chicago. He was the chairman of the President's Council on Bioethics from 2001 to 2005. And for more than 4 decades, Leon has been engaged in our society's most challenging ethical and philosophical issues raised by biomedical advancers, as well as moral and cultural issues. It's been my pleasure to work with Leon and his late wife, Amy, on education and policy issues here at Hudson and beyond. Leon is a great teacher, a good friend, and I am grateful for him for organizing and leading this symposium to celebrate Max Singer. Thank you, Leon, and welcome.
Thank you, John. Greetings to all from Jerusalem, and a warm welcome to my friends on the panel and to our large virtual audience as we gather to pay tribute to the life and work of our friend and colleague, Max Singer. We do so, as I know Max would have wanted, by revisiting and engaging with his bold and incisive magnum opus, History of the Future, published 10 years ago. It is a book, Max told me a week before he died in January 2020, that contains, quote, everything that I have learned over my long life of observation and study, unquote. But he added wistfully, it never got much attention. That unfortunate fact we will now try to remedy. Before there were Herman Kahn and Max Singer, there was Yogi Berra, quote, the future ain't what it used to be, unquote. Many have scratched their heads over the meaning of this Delphic pronouncement, but in Max's book, we finally found the correct interpretation. The future of the human race will never again be what it used to be. Why? because the human future is modernization, an unprecedented and global transformation of human existence, rivaled only by the shift from hunter-gatherer existence to farming, the change that made possible settlement and eventually civilization. In the human future, all will be modern. History of the future is not the work of prophet, clairvoyant, or visionary dreamer. It is the work of a far-sighted but rigorous student of human affairs and human nature. Politics, economics, warfare, demography, sociology, and culture, who extrapolates into the future from the massive changes that have taken place in the modernizing nations since the Industrial Revolution began in England around 1800. One can write the history of the future because, as the subtitle suggests, the shape of the world to come is visible today. Modernization is the wave of the future. Some nations like ours have achieved it fully, others, like India, only partially. Some, sub-Saharan Africa, have yet to begin. But all nations, or nearly all, will get there, and Max predicts soon, in a couple hundred years. This is the main thesis and premise of the book set forth at the beginning. So the first task is to make clear what Max means by modern. Modernity, as Max uses the term, refers to a new stage in the history of human social development, characterized by possessing a discrete set of interdependent characteristics that makes them modern. In traditional societies, almost all people are short-lived, average life expectancy 30. They are uneducated and impoverished. They engage in arduous, mostly outdoor physical labor or subsistence farming, and they are housed with many offspring in dirty, crowded, and unpleasant conditions. Knowledge, choice, freedom, and self-rule are rare. By contrast, modern societies are marked by the recognizable features of American life today. Our life expectancy approaches the maximum human lifespan of 80 to 90 years. There is universal education through high school. People mostly live in cities in comfortable and healthy conditions, work in mental or craft activities, and make their living through commerce and information-dominated professions. They have small families and experience growing gender equality and declining role distinctions. They enjoy protection from nature, political freedom, and democratic self-government, and they possess great personal choice in nearly all aspects of life, including religion. And there is a singular and crucial difference between traditional and modern societies. In traditional societies, an upper crust elite may live a prosperous, free, and cultured life, but they do so off the backs of the immiserated. In modern societies, by contrast, all people count. Notwithstanding existing inequalities, all people in modern societies benefit from the new conditions of modernity and live better than almost everyone in pre-modern human history. Modernization spreads its benefits and possible harms of this more later to everyone. Max makes no claim that modern is better in all respects than traditional, but only that it is different. And by extrapolating both from the countries that have become fully modern and from those traditional societies like India and China that are rapidly on the way, he also argues that the modernization of the globe is virtually inevitable. The driving force, the human desire to better one's lot through initiative and creativity. Ever the seeker after truth, Max carefully considers objections to his thesis, granting what needs to be granted, especially about things that remain uncertain. In developing his thesis in the rest of the book, Max separates the things that are known and things that are not yet known. Among the former, he makes the case for increased and widely shared wealth and prosperity. the rise of democratic and liberal political forms as both the condition and consequence of economic growth. And in the most provocative claim of the book, he predicts the disappearance of the war system once regions of the globe become fully modern. Modernized nations in modernized regions will not study war anymore. He bases this claim largely on the fact that once war-torn Europe, since becoming fully modern, has become instead a zone of peace, where still vigorous pursuit of national interest and power does not depend on military might or defense. In a separate chapter, he takes up modern Islam and jihad, possible exceptions to this thesis where there is considerable resistance to modernization. Among the things not yet known, Max treats the uncertainty about world future demography, entertaining possibilities of huge population increase and huge population decline from a world population between 250 million to 250 billion. And he also treats the future of work. Finally, in a sobering epilogue, he treats what he calls the desperate problems of the future, issues of character and purpose in a world without challenges, issues of meaning and attachment, family and religion, and the fraught possibility of altering human nature through biotechnology. In short, questions about what it means to be a human being and to live a flourishing human life, questions that are already troubling free, prosperous, and peaceful Western nations. This is a wide-ranging, deeply serious, and thoughtful book. It is written by a man of learning and judgment, humanity and humaneness, intellectual probity and courage, and possessed of a deep concern for human well-being. Although the book is optimistic, there is nothing Pollyannish or facile about it. The conclusions are all grounded in evidence and careful argumentation, at once synoptic yet steeped in analytical detail. The author is, in the original sense, a skeptic. Let's look and see for ourselves. But Max's far-sighted vision enables him to show forth a whole where others would experience only the disparate sightings. He has given us that whole to ponder and to guide our path to the future. But does Max have it right? Is the world marching to modernization inevitably, smoothly? Will wealth and freedom increase globally? Will the war system ultimately disappear? Much has happened in our world, even in the decades since the book was published, that makes the future seem more uncertain, even threatening. We have seen the world's economy laid low by a deadly virus as nature embarrasses our conceit of human mastery. The world's most stable democracy has witnessed an assault on its capital, and our institutions of self-government are dysfunctional. New authoritarian leaders and cancel culture imperil fundamental freedoms, and indoctrination threatens to replace genuine education. A Chinese century looms. Will the journey toward modernization, trusting mainly in technological and economic progress, continue? Max, I strongly suspect, would stick to his guns, seeing these matters as bumps on the track, but not as evidence of an impending derailment. But what I am sure of is that Max would absolutely welcome a critical examination of his ideas. He would be delighted with this opportunity to think clearly, broadly, and openly in engagement with him, that the truth may appear more fully as a result. It is in Max's own spirit that we now will engage with his book. Our four panelists, all friends and colleagues of Max's, have each taken a portion of the book for comment. Chris DeMuth will address the chapters on wealth and freedom, Scooter Libby, the chapter on the decline and fall of the world system, Nick Eberstadt, the chapter on demography, and Dorothea Wolfson, the epilogue on the desperate problems of the future. I will introduce each at the start of their presentations, beginning now with Chris DeMuth. I'm delighted to welcome our first speaker, Christopher Demuth. Chris is Distinguished Fellow at the Hudson Institute, where his work primarily focuses on American government, constitution, economics, and regulation. Chris was the president of the American Enterprise Institute from 1986 to 2008, and afterwards was the D.C. Searle Senior Scholar from 2008 to 2011. His distinguished career has spanned U.S. government, the academy, and the law. He served as staff assistant to President Richard Nixon, working first for Daniel Patrick Moynihan on urban policy, chairman of the White House Task Force on Environmental Policy. Chris later served as administrator for information and regulatory affairs in the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, and as executive director of the President Task Force on Regulatory Relief during Ronald Reagan's first term. Chris has taught at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard and practiced regulatory, antitrust, and general corporate law with Sidley and Austin in Chicago. Chris's remarks on Max Singer's History of the Future will primarily concern two of Max's three essential attributes of modernity: wealth and freedom. Welcome, Chris, and thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Max Singer's History of the Future comes as a shock on the 10th anniversary of its publication. During those years, expectations of future progress have dimmed, and visions of decline and dystopia have risen in their place. A cause of this shift in outlook is that standards of objective inquiry and reasoned argument, which are essential prerequisites of progress, have come under sustained assault in politics, journalism, and the universities. They are being subverted by techniques of partisan narrative and the doctrine that truth is a function of tribal identity. Now Max comes back at us with an account of inexorable human progress, set forth with precisely those virtues now seen as weaknesses: logic, concreteness, balance, earnest consideration of alternative and opposing views, and utter lack of partisanship and rhetorical overreach. It is a shock of the invigorating kind, like a cold morning shower. Max's concern with foreseeing the future in order to improve it, and his talents for empirical analysis and capacious argument were the hallmarks of the research institute he founded with Herman Kahn. They are to this day the crowning attributes of Hudson Institute. History of the Future is progressivism for the inquiring mind. Its progress is a set of circumstances with their own intrinsic logic, not a political narrative designed to sweep aside doubt and opposition. Max embraces the arc of history in the tremendous improvements in material well-being in modern times and the increasing division of labor that drives those improvements. The arc is sure to affect more of the world over time because specialization is simple and natural and, critically, is not a possession of national elites. As a result, growing numbers of people can better their circumstances through their own individual efforts. But Max's arc is not deterministic, with a fixed or even stable endpoint. Widespread material progress and other attributes of post-1800 modernity that he itemizes have transformed human history, even more than the previous big change from hunting and gathering to farming. But they are not history itself, and they have not commandeered the future. The future, thoroughly modernized in Max's sense of that term, will continue to be deeply influenced by independent forces of culture, national tradition, intellectual fashion, and by the manifold contingencies of politics and human agency. We know this because it has been so far this way in the modernized past of the first nations out of the gate, such as the United States and Great Britain. He emphasizes at several points that when planet Earth has become pervasively modern a century or two hence, it may or may not be a better or happier world than it was in the past. Max's analysis distinguishes the reasonably foreseeable from the contingent unknown. First, he identifies 14 attributes of modernity that are likely to become universal, except perhaps in Arab, Muslim, and sub-Saharan African nations. These attributes include longer, healthier, more comfortable lives, higher levels of education, knowledge, and choice, urbanization, smaller families, increasing sexual equality, and freedom and self-government as political norms. These are all matters of degree, and Max is careful to describe ranges of possibilities within them. But the essence of his argument is that they go hand in hand, causing and reinforcing one another. That we know this from the experience of the first modernizing nation since 1800, and that they are on their way to being realized to a substantial degree for a large share of humanity. Second, Max identifies the desperate problems of the future, problems that the arrival of mass modernity will not solve and may cause or exacerbate. A world of wealth, comfort, and free individual choice will lack many of the challenges that molded character and community in times past. The world may be prone to hedonism and ennui, psychological depression, new forms of social pathology and cruelty. The decline of family and religious belief, already well underway in the most modern societies, risks emptying life of purpose, moral commitment, and devotion to personal and social improvement. Continuing fertility decline could lead to dramatic depopulation, even extinction. In raising these concerns, Max is not being dystopian any more than Herman Kahn was predicting nuclear war. Rather, he is zeroing in on the problems of the future that will be different from those of the past. If he had lived to write another book, it would no doubt have been addressed to ameliorating these new problems. My tribute to Max and his book is, as he would expect and appreciate up to a point, argumentative. I propose that freedom and self-government, the 14th of his attributes of modernity, should instead be placed with his problems that modernity has put in jeopardy. Max sometimes uses the term freedom to mean the number and range of choices available to individual persons. I agree with him that greater freedom in this sense is, almost by definition, a concomitant of greater wealth, health, leisure, longevity, and knowledge. But he joins freedom and self-government as an attribute of modern life, and he discusses them as one in his chapter titled Freedom: Why a Modern Society Can't Be a Tyranny for Long. He is arguing for a specific form of freedom, political freedom, the ability to participate in the government one abides by, and the right to be treated fairly by that government. It is here that I see things differently. Max has already taken a few steps in my direction. In his chapter on freedom and tyranny, he mentions Tocqueville's warning that modern countries are vulnerable to the soft tyranny of bureaucratic ministration to every discomfort of life. In his chapter on desperate problems of the future, he quotes a similar passage. But these are asides to his larger proposition about what he calls minimum adequate government. Max has no aspirations for modern government to become great or even good government. He recognizes that government will often sacrifice prosperity and efficiency for the sake of social peace and stability. All he asks is this minimum: that government observe the rule of law and due process, applying to itself as well as its citizens, and that it respect civil rights and private property. He says that these attributes are absolutely essential prerequisites of modernity: no property rights, no prosperity. And they are also inevitable consequences of modernity. Prosperous, educated people who are accustomed to exercising choice in the social and economic spheres will insist on having some say in politics and government. Max's idea of what that say consists of is practical. Democracy is nothing but the right of organized public opposition to the incumbent government with the possibility of throwing the bums out by peaceful, orderly means. There are a variety of procedures for vindicating the right of organized opposition, but given the natural propensities of government for corruption, favoritism, and tyranny, some form is essential. In what follows, I will be using the term democracy in Max's sense. The difficulty with the analysis, as I see it, is that the procedures and institutions of democratic self-government in the most modern nations, those with which we have the most experience, are themselves thoroughly pre-modern. All were conceived before Max's turning point of 1800. Here are three examples. First, at that time, transportation and communications were costly, slow, accident-prone. These circumstances shaped the design of the representative legislature, a discovery of the 18th and 19th centuries, the preeminent institution for managing political conflict, crafting laws, and countering the powers of kings and autocrats with claims of wide popular support. Second, at that time, government administration was also costly, slow, and accident-prone. Limited government was a fact of life before it became a political principle. Primitive pre-modern transportation, communications, and administration meant that rule by personal decree was often uninformed, arbitrary, and unpopular. Democratic innovators sought to contain these problems by limiting the ambit of government, by reserving certain powers to subsidiary, more local institutions, and providing due process for aggrieved citizens. Third, at the time, politics was still the provenance of the still tiny segment of society that was reasonably prosperous and educated, with at least a modicum of leisure time and knowledge of the world beyond the immediate family and village. These political elites designed institutions of self-government that assumed the presence of recognized elites. It was this great pre-modern inheritance that established Max's minimum adequate government, which in turn set the stage for the modernist surge in society, economy, prosperity. But the other elements of modernity that he identifies then undermined rather than reinforced democratic self-government. This process began in the late 19th century and has been particularly evident in our contemporary era, beginning in the latter 20th century. It is for this reason that I believe freedom and self-government belongs instead with family, religion, and the work ethic as a critical traditional source of social capital that the modern world is eroding. To wit, first, the representative assembly was the occasion for politicians to make occasional arduous journeys to the capital city where they could learn of developments elsewhere in the nation, take the measure of other leaders, negotiate and compromise with allies and foes, and craft laws with some claim to embody a broad social consensus. Modern transportation, and especially communications, have rendered all of those functions obsolete. Mass media, social media, and customized affinity networks have empowered representatives to monitor political developments instantly, continuously, and to forge their careers independently of the internal procedures of a Congress or a parliament. Second, Max's central modern development is the spread of prosperity, leisure time, and education and knowledge from a small elite to most of the population. This is wonderful, but it has made politics a mass pursuit and has transformed government. In conjunction with new communication and networking technologies, mass affluence, education, knowledge, and political interest has overwhelmed legislatures with a profusion of demands going far beyond those of traditional government, including issues of environmental quality, personal health, safety, and dignity, consumerism, sexual mores, access and participation for a proliferating categories of personal identity. One result is that legislatures have delegated their canonical function of lawmaking to specialized administrative agencies, giving us a regime of specialized, efficient, non-representative law. Another is that the principle of limited government has fallen by the wayside, aided by advances in government administration, surveillance, and enforcement. The upshot is that large regions of life, that were once private and informal have been vouchsafed to the highly imperfect mechanisms of political decision-making and the coercive powers of the state. The politicization of modern democracies has greatly accentuated social conflict and division. Third, the disappearance of natural elites has greatly weakened the balance of authority and the balancing of authority and democracy that was essential to productive self-government in the view of its original framers. With the exception of the judiciary, a still persisting professional elite, the checks and balances within government, as between an elite Senate and a populist House in the United States, have become formalities. It was an insight of the Woodrow Wilson progressives that self-government required some reservoir of aloof authority, and that science and expertise might provide a modern substitute for traditional social elites. Instead, science and expertise, when placed at the fulcrum of government, themselves have become politicized, a development vividly on display during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have yet to identify new sources of stability to balance the passions and interests of atomized, specialized, unlimited government. I must conclude with an assertion rather than a demonstration. I believe that with time, I could show that the developments I have summarized have seriously eroded the core requirements of Max Singer's minimum adequate government, a rule of law that applies equally among citizens and to the government itself, the protection of civil rights and private property, and due process for aggrieved citizens. Sustaining free self-government is a challenge rather than a concomitant of our modern world with all of its blessings and power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'd like now to welcome our next speaker, Louis Libby, Senior Vice President of the Hudson Institute. Scooter guides Hudson's program on national security and defense issues, devoting particular attention to U.S. national security strategy, strategic planning, the future of Asia, the Middle East, and the war against Islamic radicalism. Before joining Hudson, Scooter held several high-level positions in the federal government related to his current work on national security, homeland security affairs. This included roughly a dozen years working in the White House, the United States Department of Defense, and the Department of State. He has written and lectured on national and homeland security, and he is the author of a published novel. Scooter will offer remarks on Max's provocative presentation of international relations and war. Thank you, Scooter.
Thank you, Leon, for that introduction. It's a pleasure to be here with Chris and Nick and Dorothea to talk about Max's book. It's a book with all the scope and daring and insights typical of Max's career. Many Americans know his work, but a few of us were privileged to actually know the man. It was one of the great pleasures of my time in Washington. For my opening, I've been asked to discuss his most daring prediction, which is that in 200 years, the world won't have elaborate militaries. The world will be peaceful, states won't even consider war, and what Max calls the war system, as Leon described earlier, the sort of the mindset and the military industrial complex, those will be things of the past across the world. Max describes this in a 2011 presentation as the only news in the book. And the only part, he said, which is uniquely Max, the rest being extrapolations from along the lines of the work that he did with Herman Kahn. He described it as not a theory or an ideology or a hope, but a report on current reality. You heard a reference to him earlier talking about that it's been called optimistic, but it's an optimism, he would say, based on observed reality. Now, I was a little puzzled when Max asked for me to do this part of the book until I looked at the list of expected audience for this program. And then I realized that in 200 years, which is the focus of the book, I'm probably the only one of you who will still be alive. So I promise to discuss with your great, great, great grandchildren whether Max was right. And in the spirit that Ken so helpfully reminded us of Max's bet about Alberta tar sands, I'd like to invite all of you to bet with me. Lay down bets, and I will promise to pay your descendants at 4-1 when the time comes. However, the Interstate Gambling Commission requires that I disclose to you that Max did say that it might not be 200 years, it might be 300 years or maybe more before he reaches the end of the war system. It's the direction that counts, not so much the exact period, but rest assured, I will pay off in 300 years if necessary. So as you're considering your bets, let me summarize a little bit of Max's argument and the key factors that you might consider. In a nutshell, Max argues that whereas in the past, states had to worry about their neighbors and build forces to defend themselves or perhaps to conquer them, and so we had these elaborate military forces built up and entire industries, that in 200 years, this won't happen at all. It'll be the end of this war system. And it's because of the modern characteristics that Leon and Chris have described, and also the pressures of information age economies. Writing in 2011, Max said he had observed there were 20 modern states. By modern, he meant the 14 characteristics that were mentioned earlier, perhaps without the numbers. Information age economics adds more pressure to this because in the information age, national prosperity will depend on innovation, and innovation will come best from free peoples. Therefore, people and the states that they live in will eventually feel the pressure to become democratic. Non-democratic states will over time become democratic or subside into irrelevance. The democratic world, he goes on to say, will be a peaceful world with compromise, diplomacy, and juridical resolutions of major disputes between states, which will still exist, but will not be resorted to, it will not be a resort to war to get to that solution. Professor Michael Mandelbaum calls this very similar to democratic peace theory. Since there will be no war, there won't be any military will not have to eat up a big part of the budget. Other demands will erode it. And pretty soon you will have what would be the 15th characteristic of modern societies in 200 years, no war system. Max is clear to say that he is not counting on any change in human nature to get to this happy result. He quotes Kant saying that out of the crooked timber of humanity, no straight thing was ever made. So man can be as crooked in the future as he is today, and yet these pressures will bring about the end of the war system. For empirical support, he looks to Western Europe today. He says in Western Europe, there is no fear of attack from one state to another. No Western European state, he says, has a military to defend against a neighbor, and they depend on the character of each other's states rather than on military force. Max calls this a zone of peace, and he predicts it will expand in effect worldwide. He deals quickly with 4 distractions to this argument. The first is people look at backward states today and say, that state will never be modern. Max disagrees. In 200 years, he believes the people will make it modern, and the modern states of the world will help it because it is better for every state if the others are modern. He deals with radical Islam by saying the multitude of people will no doubt, people from the Islamic world will no doubt in the future want to be prosperous, and therefore they will also move to a modern state. He realizes some states may regress, like Argentina and Cuba have regressed, but they will recover, and the peoples of those states will similarly demand effective democracy and prosperity. And he also deals with the possibility of aberrational war. Yes, there will still be scarce resources, there may still be boundary disputes or the like. And if these should, in the end, bring about a war, he predicts that peace will eventually resume and militaries will again fade away, so that the boat will rock, but it will calm in the calm seas to come. Those were distractions. Max sees one serious test case as he looks at the world in 2011 when he writes this book, and that is China. And he deals with China in a longer discussion, but there's a very interesting footnote 6 that my brilliant colleague Abe Shulsky remembered 10 years after he wrote the book. Because in footnote 6, Max says it is possible that China could remain urbanized, educated, the other characteristics of modernity, but remain repressive. Possible, Max thinks, but he doesn't think it will happen that way. And he says if it does happen that way, then his understanding of the world is wrong and his book is wrong. This is a remarkable statement in a book to include your own refutation and a test in which it may not be accurate. It's another sign of Max's intellectual integrity, about which some of the speakers earlier did. Max writes about this, that a highly educated public thinks for themselves, questions authority, and demands political rights. And that is the only type of republic that will succeed in the information age. He writes that there is a, quote, an ironclad correlation between development and democracy. Therefore, he says, China cannot be both wealthy and communist by around the middle of this century, by around 2050. And if that doesn't work, his argument falls apart. So that's Max's argument in his presentation in a nutshell. How should we assess it? Let me give you 3 points to consider in this opening. Whether Western Europe is actually proof of this process, whether China is a test that it will pass, and also to think about the 200-year transition that we must go through and Murphy's Law, or what I'll call the oops factor. Western Europe was the earliest proponent that there was a link between freedom, prosperity, and national power. John Locke wrote about it in 1690, saying that the wise and godlike prince who allows industry and protects industry for its free development will soon find his state too hard for its neighbors to overcome. The first school of economists of which I am aware arose during the French Enlightenment, and they also argued that free states would attain the highest degree of wealth and power. Others have agreed that Western Europe and the harmony shown within Western Europe point the way ahead for the world. Max is not alone. One noted European intellectual described Europe as a sort of great republic, divided into several states, but all in harmony with each other, all possessing the same principles of public and political law. A second renowned European intellectual declared that all the states in Europe are in a state of things where they all depend on each other. Quote, Europe is a single state comprised of several provinces. Those two European intellectuals were Voltaire and Montesquieu in the 1750s, right before the first global war began. There are rumors there have been wars in Europe since. So it's reasonable to ask, why should we believe Max when war followed predictions of harmony by other noted intellectuals? Well, some of you are no doubt thinking, well, that's simple. Max is smarter than Voltaire and Montesquieu. Fair enough. But Max, being modest, would say something else. He would say that the changes that will bring about the modern future he envisions began later than these intellectuals. It began around the year 1800 with the Industrial Revolution, and these changes are still underway. Max recognizes that what he's saying is a denial of human history, but he says it's a denial that is required because the modern life will be so profoundly different from traditional society. Western Europe's past then doesn't disprove or prove Max's assertions. What might throw some light on this? Western Europe's present, for example. The peace in Western Europe that we see today exists under 4 conditions that brought it together and persist. The first was it came after catastrophic wars. The second was the Soviet wolf was at the door. The third was that a US angel was guarding their back. And the fourth is that they do still have substantial militaries. So in history, we find evident proof that fear subsides. In his novel about the opening of World War I, Gabriel Chevalier writes, quote, "War was far from our thoughts. To imagine it, we had to refer back to history, to what little we knew of it. This was reassuring, for history offered us a past stacked with glorious wars, great victories, and ringing declarations, with a cast of remarkable and celebrated figures." Nietzsche put it a little bit more succinctly, writing that, quote, "Inherited stupidity follows all stability like its shadow." The Russian wolf still hovers outside Europe, threatening Ukraine and Central Europe. The American angel still hovers over Western Europe. And since the Suez Crisis of the 1950s, there has been a message that America has sent to European powers that start to become aggressive, which is, don't mess around with aggressive war, or you'll have to deal with us as well as whoever you're fighting. And of course, in modern Europe today, there are still these significant militaries. France has 300,000 men under arms, Germany 180,000, Britain 150,000. These are levels of standing forces, not to mention reserves, that are greater than the forces Europe had when it began the 7 Years' War, the first of these global wars. In the information age, we may also ask, has Western Europe exhibited the type of world-beating economic growth that Max predicts will force all other countries to become democratic? Well, in fact, what we see is something similar to what Chris DeMuth was talking about earlier, what Max calls the soft tyranny of creeping regulation, that democracies may tend to become like an economic Gulliver, tied down by their own restraints. If this happens to future democracies, including the US, then tyrants may find that they can, in fact, compete effectively, which brings us to the second of the major factors to consider, China. China today claims to be 80% of the US GDP. Maybe it's 70, maybe it's 60. In any of these levels, it is greater than any foe the US has faced in the last 100 years. And its economy still seems to be doing quite well. Now, they compete by distorting market practices. And these systems, they spell in the end great costs for China. But right now, they spell costs for the Western world. Prosperity requires innovation, yes, but it also requires investment, applications, access, and enforcement. And China is using its control of its domestic market to enhance its ability to compete, including in innovation. Leading American scientists from DARPA and the like, with whom I have spoken, have made it clear that with 4 times our population and greater investment, more training of educated in the technical and scientific fields, we are less likely to be able to deal with China, even on innovation, without appealing to third country scientific talent. And of course, China is also appealing to that talent. So the question will come, when will the costs of China's distortions catch up, not just to us, but to China? And there are many scholars who say China is not anywhere near the state of revolution, in part because the lives of everyday Chinese have improved so much, and in part because China has developed sophisticated surveillance, which will only be stronger with the increased introduction of artificial intelligence. Putting all this together, the Orwellian future that was once envisioned may actually be an understatement of the control that the state may have. So ironically, Xi Jinping and Max agree that this mid-century, the year 2049 for Xi, will be a crucial point for China and for the world. They differ only in that Max predicts Xi will fail in his end result of making China the first country of the world. So we will have to keep our eye as we go forward on footnote 6. Finally, let me turn briefly to the 200-year transition that we're about to go through and Murphy's Law. What will democracies need to do over this 200 years? Well, first, as I've mentioned, they'll need to stay innovative and prosperous, not an economic go. Second, they will have to avoid catastrophic disruptions to the democratic progress of states that might throw them back multiple years, during which aggressor states may advance that require additional years to undo. Now, for 30 years, we have had bipartisan political warnings here in America that a question is not if, but when we are attacked with weapons of mass destruction. And these present the easiest to conceptualize risk to the future for the democracies. We've had an attack with a pathogen, or we've had a pandemic with a pathogen. Imagine an actual attack with maybe not one pathogen, but 4 of them intermixed in multiple cities simultaneously. We've had many concerns about a cyber takedown of our infrastructure, or of an EMP attack that in some projections would take us back decades, not to mention, of course, nuclear. It's not hard to imagine these scenarios, and bipartisan commissions have, costing democracies years of progress. One thing is certain during this period: these threats will proliferate. 1940s nuclear technology will get out of the bag someday. Pathogens can be developed now with machines that cost $5,000 on the internet versus entire rooms and experts that it used to take. We will have 2 great threats to the smooth future. First, even if we see the collapse of tyrants that Max predicts, how likely is it that it will be smooth? What is the model for non-catastrophic collapse? Presumably the Soviet Union in 1990. But there were many particulars to that case, including that the US had clear military superiority, which was expanding, not diminishing. That's not the case today, for example, with China. There were also historical contingencies like Gorbachev and Yeltsin that would have to be duplicated for a good chance of a peaceful transition. And finally, as my renowned colleague Hillel Fradkin notes, to compete, our enemies don't have to exceed us. They need only bring us down. Henry Adams worried a century ago about infinite power in the hands of finite men. Marshall McLuhan said in a warning, to the blind, all things are sudden. So for the next 200 years at least, the war system will be key. And that will include defenses and deterrence that at the moment have not yet been conceptualized. Let me close by pointing to this aspect of Max. He believed that his book had a present value for his distant predictions. He saw it as a corrective to the destructive discontents which marked America even a decade ago, when people commonly thought that things were getting worse, that America was somehow tainted, that we were regressing. Max wanted us to understand that we can be proud and confident in the future. Reflecting on Max's brilliant record, I'm going to lower the betting odds, not require any drinking of oil. I'll pay off at a better rate. And to Max's skeptics, I want to offer a noted historian's comments on Rousseau's classic, Emile, when he said, Rousseau announced his dream and trusted that for some men and some women, somewhere, it would carry inspiration and make for betterment. It did. Thank you, Ian.
Scooter, thank you very much for that very penetrating analysis. We turn now next to Nick Eberstadt, who will speak about demography. Nick holds the Henry Wendt Chair in Political Economy at the American Enterprise Institute. He researches and writes on demographics and economic development generally, and more specifically on international security in the Korean Peninsula and Asia. Domestically, he focuses on poverty, work, and social well-being. Nick has served on or consulted with numerous US government commissions, agencies, and other nonprofits over his distinguished career, too many to note individually in this brief introduction. The breadth of policy areas that this work spans, ranging from human rights in Korea to bioethics, speaks to Nick's diverse interests and exceeding talents. His most recent book is Men Without Work, America's Invisible Crisis. Nick, as I said, will offer reflections on Max Singer's demographic analysis in History of the Future. Nick, thanks for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Leon, thank you very much. And it's a great honor to be invited to join this symposium. Max is a great man and a great friend and a great futurist. I'm going to discuss just one little part of a slim but very big book, which is Max's thoughts and predictions about the future of the world population. And to get into this, I thought I might take a little stroll down memory lane to remind what one of my favorite economists had to say almost 60 years ago about the wisdom of experts. I'm talking about Simon Kuznets, probably still the great student of modern economic development, one of the early Nobel laureates in economics. Here's what he had to say looking at predictions from the 19th century to more or less our present time. He said, experts are usually specialists in and hence bound to traditional views, and they are, because of their knowledge of one field, likely to be cautious and unduly conservative. Hertz, the great physicist, denied the practical importance of short waves, and others at the end of the 19th century reached the conclusion that little more could be done on the structure of matter. Malthus, Ricardo, and Marx, great economists, made incorrect prognoses of technological changes at the very time that the scientific bases for these changes were evolving. On the other hand, imaginative tyros like Jules Verne and H.G. Wells seemed to sense the potentialities of technological change. It is well to take cognizance of the consistently conservative bias of experts in evaluating the hypothesis of an unlimited effective increase in the stock of knowledge and in the corresponding potential of economic growth and other potentialities. Well, in his excursions, or maybe we'll say intrusions into demographics, Max was most assuredly an imaginative tyro. He lacked professional demographic training, but on the other hand, he was wholly unencumbered by the caution and undue conservatism that Kuznets described. He was never afraid of going big, of making bold and even shocking predictions. And we find these in spades in his work in this book when it comes to the world population. Now, in the rest of the book, Max, he has his 14 characteristics of modernity. He describes in detail what modern societies will be like. They'll be educated, they'll be urban, they'll be post-industrial, affluent, free, and for the most part, peaceable. But when he gets to demographics, Max is a little more iffy. He says that the method used in most of this book doesn't work. Since modern demography has not had enough time to reach a steady state, it's quite possible that the demography of already modern countries does not reveal how modern countries will behave in future. Also, the future in this, as in other areas, depends on future human choices and values, not on the inherent features of modernity. So he says that we cannot say that below replacement fertility is an inevitable result of modernization. Fertility rates are independent of death rates. They depend upon people's desire for children, human choices and values. Now this gets us to maybe the most consequential conclusion on world population that Max offers. He says, demographers have long proposed that birth rates would eventually come into balance with death rates and world population would level off. In fact, the experts are importantly wrong. There is no justification for the comforting theory that in the long run, once we have adjusted to new living conditions and low death rates, birth and death rates will be more or less the same and world population will be reasonably stable. Instead, he says, one of the things we don't know about the modern world of the future is how many people will live in it. 600 years from now, almost as far in the future as Columbus was in the past. Note that Max has come up with a new physical unit, the Columbus unit of time, 500 plus years separating us from the future by this Columbus unit. 600 years from now, almost as far in the future as Columbus was in the past, the world could be home to anywhere between 100 million and 100 billion people, all wealthy, free, and peaceful. And then if that's not shocking enough for you, he kind of doubled down on this a little bit later on. He said it could be 250 billion people, all wealthy and free. Well, my remarks here are going to make the argument that Max's predictions are outlandish, but they are not insane. On one important count at least, Max is clearly correct. And on a number of other predictions and assertions that Max makes, the jury is still out, and I guess it'll be out for 5 or 6 centuries. And so we can't tell yet whether Max is going to be correct or not. But these big predictions, I will argue, are clearly plausible. Now, to begin with some homework, I'm going to share with you some of the stuff which may show you our starting point here. Can we take a look with audio-visual magic at the accompanying slides that let's look at the first slide. So for about 150 years, demographers, sociologists, economists, social scientists have tried to understand what the determinants of fertility are. And there's a library of studies that's accumulated attributing changes in fertility patterns, childbearing patterns around the world to income, education, status of women, infant mortality, urbanization, contraception, and so on and on. What Max argues is that fertility is critically dependent upon personal choice, upon the desire for children by parents. And he's spot on the money. About a generation ago, Larry Summers and Lant Pritchett did a fantastic study demonstrating what might seem to be apparent to many people. It was apparent to Max, certainly, that human family size depends upon desired family size. We're not heedless animals. We have human agency. And the best correlation that we get between childbearing outcomes and differences in childbearing outcomes around the world is with the predicting factor of desired family size. This is just one little chart that can make that general point. But we see this tight correspondence all around the world and over time. It's the best single predictor of future fertility when people are procreating and creating children through the historical process that we're at least so far familiar with. Can we look at the next slide, please? We can see that there are big differences around the world in fertility levels. We don't know how low fertility can go. And we're really kind of looking in the rear view mirror, what's happened recently to figure out how low things can go. The cast of countries that have been the lowest performers, so to speak, over the post-war era has constantly changed. And we're learning by doing to see how low fertility can go in various societies. In this chart here, Macau was the gold medalist in the early 21st century with less than 1 birth per woman per lifetime in the first decade of the 21st century. But we've had big cities that have gone a lot further than that now. Last year, Seoul reported a total fertility rate of 0.64 births per woman per lifetime. That's less than 1/3 of what would be required over time for stable population absent immigration. So we're learning by doing in a brave new sort of way. Can we look at the next chart, please? Yeah. So Max talks about modernity, and he importantly says that modern societies are not necessarily sub-replacement societies. He looks at the United States, which at the time he was writing seemed to be a bastion of demographic exceptionalism. I thought so too at the time. Things look a little bit different for the US now. But in his beloved other home of Israel, which I think most assuredly is a modern nation by his criteria, we see continuing and increasing above replacement fertility. And actually we see some remarkable contrasts between fertility in this modern society and in some of the countries which are coming towards modernity by Max's view. I picked out a selective and maybe deliberately provocative set of contrasts here. We can see just how different fertility can be in the capital of one modern state and in the capitals of some other states that are heading towards modernity or partly modern. Burma, Myanmar, by the way, is on the United Nations list of least developed states. It's predominantly rural. It's still very poor. Education has only made halting advances in Burma, and yet the capital of Burma, Rangoon, Yangon, is already decidedly below replacement. So just what the dynamics are today and in the future, the desire for children by would-be parents is a huge, huge question, as Max recognized. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so the arithmetic of population projections is very simple because it's a closed system. What you get tomorrow equals today, net births, deaths, and migration, and everybody gets a little bit older. Max conjectures that a future world could have a population of 250 million, a Columbus unit from now, or 250 billion, a Columbus unit from now. And what this slide here is intended to show is how things look just 3 generations into such a projection of the future. These projections come from the Wittgenstein Center in Europe, excellent demographic organization. And they posit on the one hand, on the left side, a continuing above replacement fertility, and on the other side, continuing below replacement fertility. Both of these projections would get you arithmetically, to Max's notion of a population of, on the one hand, 250 billion, on the other hand, 250 million, some number of centuries in the future. But you can see how very different these trends are. They're driven by assumptions of above or below replacement fertility for most of the people of the world. And by the way, we don't have to have a common standard here. The population with above replacement fertility ultimately rules and dominates in these kind of calculations. Okay, so we can see now that arithmetically, if you just plug this simplistically into a model, you can arrive at the sorts of astonishing numbers that Max comes up with. Only 250 million, a 30th of what we have in the world today. 250 billion, 30 times as many people as we have in the world today. But apart from the back of the envelope exercise, is it possible at all to imagine such places functioning, existing, and surviving? Does the Earth have the capacity to maintain populations like this at such scale? Well, for the 250 million population, I think we know the answer to that. Just think of what the world would be like if it was stripped of people except for 2 Japans that traded with each other and used the world's resources. I think we probably can imagine such a place continuing and maybe even being peaceable, democratic, and prosperous. Maybe there wouldn't be as many human beings creating inventions and innovations. But if we just had 2 Japans on this planet, you can imagine things, humanity continuing perfectly well. But what about the question of 250 billion? This is kind of a mind bender. In the paper I wrote for this symposium, I skate through this in a little bit more detail than I'm going to do right now. This is going to be a little bit more of a hit and run. But I try to make the point that a world of 250 billion people is not necessarily unthinkable, given a Columbus unit of innovation and technological advance in the interim. So 3 of the constraints, just to mention very briefly: shelter, food, and energy. Well, in a world of 250 billion, it's going to be kind of a cozy place. If we still have the same surface area, Columbus unit away that we have today, giving each one of those persons 2,000 square feet of personal space would take up the equivalent of North America, South America, and Australia, and that's including the Andes and the Arctic areas and the deserts and so forth. But if humanity lived in a single collectivity of say 100-story high, mile-high housing, all of that could be contained in the area of current-day Texas and then some. 100 billion people would fit, I think, into that sort of arrangement in current day Nebraska. May not sound like a terribly enticing vision of the future for many listening today. But for nomads and hunter-gatherers, I don't know if our current habitation would sound all that attractive either. With regard to food, we clearly couldn't feed 250 billion people today. However, back in the 1970s, Roger Revelle, who was one of the leading scientists looking at this question that day, estimated that the world could then feed on 1970s technology somewhere around 40 or 50 billion people. Not a pleasant diet, perhaps, but a healthy diet. This is an engineering command requisition exercise, not purchases of preferred foodstuffs. We haven't done those sorts of exercises that much over the last 50 years because the race between mouths and food no longer look quite as close as it did then. But what we ought to remember is that with sufficient technological innovation, the constraint that we would be facing would probably have to do with photosynthesis. And at the moment, for most plants and materials, we don't have more than a 5% conversion of sunlight into chemical energy. We know that with some algae, we already see over 30% conversion. With a photon hitting a particular cell, you can get up to 70% conversion. There's a lot of room for innovation there. And I think within that room would be at least the theoretical possibility of feeding 250 billion people. Now, what about energy? Well, on our current energy consumption patterns, burning 30 or 50 or 100 times as much fossil fuel seem both impossible and maybe calamitous. But we do have this source of environmentally friendly and permanently renewable energy that heats but doesn't overheat the world, and it's called the sun. And at the moment, annual sunlight on Earth is about 5,000 times the energy value of what we use through commercial fuels. With enough technological innovation, it might indeed be possible to capture and convert sunlight in a way that would power a sustainable future economy where living standards for immensely larger numbers of people would also be immensely higher. So, in other words, outlandish, but not necessarily insane. So in some ways, I'd like to push Max beyond where Max went, because I think that in some ways, maybe Max had a little bit of a conservative bias himself. If you're looking out a Columbus unit of time from where we are today, the demographic prospects for the future may be even more shocking than what Max presented to us. And I'll try to make that point by looking at three different factors: at mortality, family, and fertility. Can we go to the next slide, please? So Max says that the maximum human lifespan will be 85 or 90. And there are many experts today who believe this to be true, and they may be correct. But if you take a look at what has happened over the last 180 years, the top female life expectancy at birth, someplace in the world over that period of time, has changed from one country to another country to another country to another place constantly. But the best performer over the last 180 years compared to best performers from other years charts out an almost uncanny straight line. the best world life expectancy, the top performer over the last 180 years, has gone up by almost 3 months a year for almost 2 centuries. It's broken all of the predictions consecutively and sequentially of what the barrier to human life expectancy would be, starting with predictions about 100 years ago. If we look at women in Hong Kong now, their life expectancy at birth is almost 90 years, and we don't really see any sign of this stopping yet. And this is before we get into any sort of notion of perhaps enhanced human performance here. So if you take, I don't know if this line will continue as it has for the past 180 years. Maybe it will slow down, but maybe we're looking at a world, a Columbus unit from now, where life expectancy is a whole lot higher than anything we've yet imagined. Maybe. Let's look at the next slide, please. And in that sort of a world, the life chances are going to be very different from the life course that people have had in the past. I mean, this is a chart showing how many Swedish women survive at over different birth years at different ages. And the most recent ones that we've looked at are women who were born in the late 1920s. Almost 30% of them live into their 90s. If you look at Hong Kong today, on slightly different data, about 50% of women are living into their 90s. The idea that we'll have a world of people who can commonly expect to live to 100 or more is outlandish, but it is not insane. And thinking about what work and family and leisure will be like in such a future is probably worth some consideration. The second big question has to do with family. I'm not going to touch on that much because of Dorothea's excellent paper, but it's something worth considering as well because, how to say it briefly, family relations look like they're up for grabs. It has to do a lot with the values that Max describes as being open for debate in a modern world. The last and the most important question, I think, has to do with fertility. And Max posits a world where volitional relations between human beings are the source of our continuing supply of humans. And he may be right, but he may not be right about this one. Although we've lived in a world of exploding population, continuing growth in population, I think the truth probably is that of the 100 billion people, more or less, have been born since the beginning of our species, most of them have seen their family lines end. We, the living, are the progeny of a distinct minority of those human beings who have been born. Most people have been replaced. Population replacement has been the story of humanity. And what if it happens that for much or most human beings, the desire to reproduce and continue one's line turns out to be the way of the future? I'm getting into territory here that is really Leon Kass's. It has to do with human dignity and with the possibility of a post-human future. But I don't think we should take it for granted that a Columbus unit from now, all of the human beings on this planet will have been born and reared in the way that we are accustomed to seeing human beings born and reared. I look at this prospect with horror. It's hard for me to imagine such a world with human beings and human being asterisks on the same planet as being one which is a world that I would think of as free. It's also hard for me to imagine that it would be peaceable, although perhaps it would. But these are all questions for greater discussion, and I thank Max for forcing me to think about things which I wouldn't have. Thank you very much.
Nick, thank you very much for your presentation, stimulating a lot of interesting thoughts. Our last speaker, but far from the least, it's my privilege to introduce Dorothea Wolfson. Dorothea is the director of the Masters of Arts in Government program at Johns Hopkins University. She's taught in this program since 1995, currently teaches courses in American politics, American political thought, political theory, and writing and research methods. Her own research and teaching interests center on democracy and civic engagement, American political thought, and family policy. Dorothea has published articles on Tocqueville, Jefferson, Abigail Adams, and on John Locke, and on children's literature. She collaborated on a book, Our Sacred Honor, with Bill Bennett, and her essays and reviews have appeared in leading journals and magazines. Dorothea's remarks will analyze History of the Future's epilogue, Desperate Problems of the Future. Thanks for joining us, Dorothea, and welcome.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm so happy to be here to discuss Max Singer's book, The History of the Future. It's especially a privilege, not only because it's such an important work, but because Max was a dear friend who had an enormous impact on my life. Max was an exceptional person, erudite, warm, and serious, a scholar, an athlete who played college football and who I enjoyed playing tennis with over the years, and always a gentleman. I still remember meeting him about 25 years ago in Washington, D.C., appropriately enough at a Toward Tradition conference. Now, in the years that followed, Max and his wife, Sue, led me toward a very special tradition, the Jewish faith, for which I will always be grateful. His life and his work point all of us back to the importance of tradition, specifically religion and the family, even as the forces of modernity transition us away from them. To this end, I will discuss the epilogue to his book. Now, the epilogue, while tacked on to the body of the book, is in certain respects the most important part of the book, as it considers new problems that may be on the horizon. Indeed, as others have discussed, while the book as a whole is forward-looking and optimistic in the sense that it focuses on how modern forces will bring about the end of tyranny, the war system, and even poverty, Max chose for the subtitle of the epilogue, The Desperate Problems of the Future. Note, not simply the problems of the future, but specifically the desperate problems of the future. Despite the inevitable decline of the war system, tyranny, and poverty, the modern world, in Max's view, will find itself facing problems in the future that may resist any solution. What's more, these desperate problems may undermine the very institutions that would be needed to overcome them. Now, in reading the history of the future, one senses a Tocquevillian quality to it. In describing the inevitable spread of democracy, Tocqueville states in Democracy in America that he is seeking not to advocate, but to understand and to see further than any party and consider the whole future. Similarly, Max writes that, quote, rather than acting as an advocate for modernity, it doesn't really need an advocate as it's coming whether we like it or not. I simply hope to describe the basic features we can expect in the modern world. Max's hope is that with a better understanding of modernity, we can, as he puts it, change what can be changed, which is most things, and make the best of modern life. For Max, as for Tocqueville, the future is determined, at least within certain bounds, but both believed that there is still the possibility of shaping and directing the future for the better. Now, Tocqueville wrote Democracy in America, not only to document the spread of democracy, but to turn it away from its wild instincts. The upshot of Tocqueville's work is that the success of American democracy was rooted in both its institutions and its mores, and the closer these approximated pre-democratic conventions or forms, the better they serve to strengthen democracy. In other words, democracy must borrow to a certain extent from pre-democratic traditions to counter the excesses of democracy with its tendencies toward atomism, materialism, and soft despotism. For example, Tocqueville singled out the legal profession in America as a quasi-aristocratic body that fended off the tyranny of the majority and reinforced the rule of law in America. Similarly, American civil and political associations took on the role of great feudal lords by organizing and mobilizing citizens, addressing their political and social needs. Religion in America, what Tocqueville called the first of their political institutions, could serve as a counterweight to the crude secularism and individualism of modern society by reminding citizens of their connection to something higher than themselves. And finally, the American family, nurtured chiefly by women in the 19th century, was for Tocqueville of great political importance as well. Tocqueville credited the domesticity of American women, their resistance to democratic individualism, and their devotion to the family as perhaps the chief reason behind the stability of American democracy. Max, like Tocqueville, aims at describing the phenomenon of the unfolding of modernity rather than moralizing about it. But the careful reader of Tocqueville or of Max Singer can detect undercurrents of concern. The sweeping changes that Max predicts call for a response that will prepare us for this new history. With firmness, but also restraint, Max points us toward the questions that will need to be confronted. While guiding us towards the new future, Max does not dismiss the importance of pre-modern structures and traditions that can still play a stabilizing role. These pre-modern structures will change as we transition from tradition to modern life. The great masses of ordinary people will find, as Max writes, quote, how and where they work will change, their education, relationships, and families will change. Their political and religious lives will change. These changes are so sweeping that even the recent past is being rendered increasingly unintelligible in the light of our experience, end quote. In his epilogue, he points to two traditional institutions in particular, the family and religion, as especially important even as we move beyond them. What kind of civilization will we have, Max asked, when these two institutions in particular are diminished by modern forces? In what follows, I will seek to bring to the surface some of the troubling questions that Max's epilogue forces us to ask about. First, the family and modernity, and second, religion and modernity. The family, Max states in the epilogue of his book, has served as one of the fundamental structures of civilized society. In so saying this, Max invites his readers to consider what will happen when the family ceases to perform the functions that it once did. What happens to civilized society when this fundamental structure loses some of its strength? The domestication of the sexual passion between men and women in the institution of marriage and the rearing of children has always been central to the health of any civilization. The family has thus been the focus of philosophers starting with Plato. As important as the family is, it has not remained a static institution. Rather, the family not only shapes society, but is itself shaped by the larger forces of society, reflecting its values and reinforcing them. Now, Tocqueville discussed the transition from the aristocratic to the democratic family, but one could go back further to other family types, such as the patriarchal family of biblical times to the Roman family of antiquity. Now, the traditional family was held together by state, church, and custom, rooted in what Tocqueville called family feeling, that in the ancient regime linked past, present, and future generations together. Tocqueville saw a version of a new type of family in the United States, significantly different in its foundations from the aristocratic family. He called it the democratic family, and while more modern than the traditional aristocratic family and less conventional, it too was held together ultimately by pre-modern mores, despite itself, cultivated chiefly by women to resist the atomistic tendencies of democracy. Tocqueville took note of the fact that the American family went against the individualistic zeitgeist of the times, but he accurately predicted that it wouldn't succeed in doing so much longer, given the overpowering forces of equality. Indeed, the atomistic family is the family of the future, and in fact already characterizes much of the modern West. For much of the West, the rates of out-of-wedlock births and children raised outside marriage far outnumber children raised within marriage. Without the strictures of tradition, the atomistic family arises out of default. In this model, the family is purely optional, one choice among many other living arrangements. For the atomistic family, the happiness of the individual predominates, and the child-rearing aspects of family life are no longer necessarily prioritized. Indeed, the duties of taking care of offspring become increasingly viewed as obstacles to the pursuit of happiness and autonomy. Indeed, a 2019 Atlantic article discussed the rise of workism. That is, the idea that one's career, at least among the college-educated, becomes a religion of sorts and the main source of one's identity. We often talk of the work-life balance, but the scales today seem more frequently tipped towards the former rather than the latter. In fact, in the modern age, fewer individuals will even marry. In 2018, the marriage rates in the United States fell to an all-time low to 6.5 per 1,000. And for those who do marry, as Max pointed out in his book, they will likely choose to have smaller families that enable them to pursue their careers and achieve material success. A future comprised of atomized family arrangements provides a thin reed of support for the many challenges posed by the fast-paced, high-tech virtual world of today and tomorrow. The forces of modernity may be making the war system, tyranny, and poverty obsolete, as Max argues, but it may all be for naught without strong families to mold citizens with the character to sustain and direct the new peace and prosperity. One could argue that marriage and the family should take on a more critical role in the modern world as one of the last bastions of character-building institutions that will prepare children for life in a hyper-technological, data-driven world. Unfortunately, the family is not in the best position today to play such a role. As Max points out, and this quote is important, so I'm going to cite it in full, quote, "The potential future problem is the possibility that the role of marriage will pass some tipping point and then lose its important place in modern countries, or that it will have so little support and be so uncommon that it cannot provide the benefits to society that it has in the past. As a result, children may become less healthy psychologically and less inclined to engage in positive relationships with other people. It is not unreasonable to think that the result would be a harsher and less civilized society," end quote. So what Max is saying here, to be blunter than he was, without the family, we may not have a future. So on religion, in his epilogue, Max also tersely explores the problem of secularization and modernity. He writes that, quote, "Secularism is only the first innocent response to modernity," end quote. Now we should take note that in Max's view, secularism is merely humankind's first and innocent response to the forces of modernity. This is important, and Max is, as usual, onto something deep. Max is inviting his readers to consider what subsequent responses to modernity after the first innocent responses might hold for all of us. The secularization thesis holds that modernity will become incompatible with religious faith, as Max Weber and others have posited. And for the most part, this is held true, as secularization has become the norm in most modern countries, most notably in Europe. In Great Britain, for example, 55% of Christians are non-practicing versus 18% who are practicing and 23% unaffiliated. The United States has remained an outlier of sorts, with greater depths of religiosity and more active and robust religious affiliations. Yet more recently, there has been a shift towards secularization in the United States as well. According to recent Pew surveys, the number of self-described Christians went down from 71% in 2009 to 65% in 2019, while the number of unaffiliated Americans, or nuns, rose to 26%. Now, this drop in religious affiliation is even more marked among millennials, 35% of whom view themselves as nuns, outnumbering all other religious affiliations in that demographic. Now, Max confronts the consequences of the decline of religious faith and considers what may lie beyond mere secularization. He especially focuses on how the decline of faith will lead individuals increasingly to seek redemption in modern politics. As Max explains in his epilogue, and again, I'll quote him at length, the replacement of politics for religion, quote, is bad for politics and is probably a poor way to achieve redemption. Perhaps the more religion moves people and provides a source of redemption, fewer people will enter politics to redeem their souls. And then politics might become more effective as it struggles with the practical decisions of a changing and increasingly complex world, end quote. I would argue that even in the 10 years since the History of the Future was first published, we have seen an acceleration of the redirection of the religious instinct towards the political realm, just as Max had predicted. As Max sensed, the decline of religious affiliation has not led to a concomitant slackening in people's political commitments. Quite the opposite seems to be the case. In the vacuum created by the withdrawal of traditional religion, as well as the family, new political modalities and behaviors have emerged, from the workism I mentioned earlier to the notion of wokeism. Wokeism takes us a step beyond the innocence of secularization by re-injecting the virulent passions of religion into politics. The phenomenon of being woke is in a certain sense the equivalent of being born again. Both imply a new beginning, a new direction, and an inner transformation. Yet when the innate human desire for transcendence is poured into outlets that in fact can't fulfill them, the results may lead to a worsening of the human condition. Perhaps this is what Max was hinting at when he spoke of the desperate problems of the future. And indeed, the demise of religious affiliations and the related waning of traditional religious belief seems to be unleashing new political forces into the modern world. Nietzsche and Tocqueville appreciated the extent to which the religious instinct will necessarily find expression somewhere and somehow. The religious instinct is a constant, though the institutional and political forms through which it flows will change over time. Now, Karl Marx cruelly and cynically described religion as the opiate of the people, but he was right up to a point. Religion powerfully affects the tenor of social and political life. Organized religion gives shape to, and per Marx, to some extent pacifies political behavior. Of course, for Marx, this was a negative, but other philosophers have seen religion's role as highly salutary for political life. As Tocqueville wrote, even an unbeliever knows the value of religion and may regret losing his or her faith, for once it has been taken away or voluntarily given up, a void is created into which rush potentially dangerous political modalities. Now, one can turn to Nietzsche to understand the deepest undercurrents of what has been happening. As he explains in Beyond Good and Evil, quote, the religious instinct is indeed in the process of growing powerfully, but the theistic satisfaction it refuses with deep suspicion. The religious instinct that has characterized human beings since the first sacrifice to the gods continues to be an essential human characteristic. But if God is dead, as Nietzsche long ago announced, what is to become of these powerful instincts? How will these instincts find satisfaction? And in what new political directions will they lead us? As critical as Nietzsche was of what he termed the slave morality of Christianity, he also appreciated the greatness of the Judeo-Christian tradition at its height. Judaism provided, Nietzsche writes, a heroic landscape in the incomparable naivete of a strong heart. Christianity, as embodied in the faith of a Pascal, for Nietzsche, provided an important opportunity for self-overcoming on the grandest scale. Yet, with the decline of belief that Nietzsche witnessed in the Germany of his day, there was a void that needed to be filled. Nietzsche describes that Germans feel abundantly committed to their business or to their pleasures, but, quote, it seems that they simply have not time left for religion. He continued that Germans in the late 19th century, through their industriousness, industriousness have, quote, dissolved the religious instincts so that they no longer know what religions are good for and merely register their presence in the world with a kind of dumb amazement, end quote. In a few decades, Germany filled this religious void. It would be an understatement to say that it was filled with a form of politics. It was filled with genocidal fanaticism. Religious de-affiliation and the decline in traditional forms of religious belief are relatively recent developments in American political culture. Tocqueville remarked that one of the leading factors that made America exceptional was the intensity of its people's religious beliefs and practices. Traced back to its Puritan roots, Americans were able successfully to thread together the spirit of religion and the spirit of liberty without unraveling either. Religion was the guardian of morals, which further strengthened democracy and ironically gave a wider berth to freedom by creating a culture that did not need to rely on strong government to enforce order. Instead, under the gentle sway of religiously minded citizens whose focus was on otherworldly concerns, civil society and self-government blossomed. Politics had its ends, but they were not otherworldly concerns. Utopia was to be achieved elsewhere. However, today, as traditional religious belief and religious membership decline, the religious instinct looks for other outlets and finds these in politics. Increasingly, elements on the right and the left pursue politics with a near messianic zeal. This trend was first seen on the left, which has been more advanced in its secularism than the right, in the way that many on the left viewed President Obama as a near messianic figure, and more recently in the rise of wokeism. Wokeism has given rise to a kind of religious zeal and purpose among the left, as well as a kind of religious intolerance, as can be seen in the emergence of today's cancel culture. Rejecting skepticism, wokeism works in the language of absolutes, spurning the traditional art of political compromise in pursuit of a one-sided view of social justice. Like religion, wokeism yearns for purity rather than compromise. The notion of systemic racism also arguably represents a transplantation of the religious instinct, in this case, the spiritual feeling of guilt, into political forms and slogans. This trend, however, can also be seen on the right, as it too increasingly moves towards a spiritualized form of politics. On the right, the religious instinct finds outlets in fringe conspiracy theories like QAnon, which holds that Satan worshipers controlled the Democratic Party and thwarted Donald Trump's reelection. It can be seen in the cult of Donald Trump and the genuflection of his followers to whatever he says or tweets. The right, usually instinctively the defenders of institutions, unleashed its own religious-like anti-institutional wrath on January 6 in their attack on the Capitol. Indeed, for the right's ideological equivalent of systemic racism, one need look no further than its constant invocation of something called the deep state. Not unlike the left, the right has become a purveyor of paranoid fantasies about institutions and the nefarious role they supposedly play in people's life. Perhaps most fundamentally, the right has turned increasingly away from what had been its religious base toward a still not fully articulated form of ethno-nationalism. In short, both the left and the right increasingly freight American political institutions with sinister motives, whether it be systemic racism or satanic election conspiracies. With the decline of religious affiliations in the United States, individuals no longer have the religious rituals, teachings, and practices to recognize true evil and transcend it. As a result, our politics become irrational and polarized as unrealistic expectations arise regarding what our politics can achieve and the extent to which they can heal our empty souls. Never before, perhaps since pre-war Europe, have we seen a population that seems so unprepared for life of free government. Instead, we are seeing the reemergence of pre-liberal practices and even superstitions that may well undermine much of the progress Marx forecast in the new future. But that may have been what he meant when he referred to the desperate problems of the future. So in concluding, I don't like to end on such a pessimistic note, since Marx himself was a man of cautious optimism. He was neither a doomsayer nor Pollyannish when it came to the future. As he said of his own book, quote, "It is not messianic or blithely utopian. It remains agnostic whether life will be better or people happier in the modern world." Max has structured the book, and especially the epilogue, to avoid premature celebrations. Still, it's undeniable that the general thrust of the book is positive. It was Max's belief that modernity will alleviate on a global scale the human struggles against the vicissitudes of nature, and with that will come an end to human suffering under the war system, tyranny, and poverty. This gives reason to hope that the future will be potentially better. Still, the shape of the future will largely depend on many things, especially on the state of the family and religion. I would suggest that the source of Max's optimism may be found in how he centered his own life in family and Judaism. He and Sue created an incredibly loving and flourishing family and practiced their Jewish faith in a way that gave great meaning and structure to the lives and to the circle of friends who were drawn to them. In this regard, I can't also help but think that Max may have had in the back of his mind the example of the state of Israel and its ability to modernize itself in such a way that encourages the flourishing of family and religious life. As Max writes in his book, quote, "In Israel, and especially the modern Orthodox community, mores and arrangements are built to support families with children. 3 children is the normal minimum, and 4 or 5 are common. Both father and mother normally leave work for child events, whether illnesses, class parties, etc., without losing any professional status." Now, while Israel may be 40% secular, it is home to a thriving religious community, largely due to the Orthodox. If Israel is an example of anything, it's that a startup nation can help lead the world as the vanguard of the modern tech revolution precisely because it retains its roots in an older tradition of religion and the family. This is something the United States has always been able to finesse as well, making it an exceptional nation, though fissures are increasingly apparent. The question is, how much longer can the family and religion coexist with the forces of modernity? Max deserves credit for bringing to our attention this important question, for giving us, to quote Max, this broad perspective of what is happening in history, the unique passage from traditional to modern, and calling upon all of us to improve our ability to act wisely in our current changing world. The modern world needs more people like Max Singer.
My deep thanks, Dorothea, for this really sterling and incisive presentation of where we stand and what we need to think about, and also the tribute to the example of Max, not only in his thinking, but in his life as a kind of exemplar for what it is that we need to somehow embrace as we face these desperate problems of the future. These were wonderful papers. We will come back shortly and have conversation. This really was, for me, just a marvelous few hours to listen to the 4 of you. I think these presentations are a tribute to Max's book, and I would like to imagine that he would be delighted by not only the seriousness with which you took what he said, but the challenges that you laid down to his arguments and predictions. It's a shame that we cannot call on him for a response, though somebody here might be sufficiently imaginative to say, I know him well enough. I have an idea of how he would answer that. And maybe Saul Singer, will come afterwards, having had the opportunity to collect his thoughts after those presentations and this conversation, will speak not only for himself and the family, but can somehow conjure what a response of Max might be. I think it's fair to say, except for Nick, who tried to rescue the outlandish from insanity, everybody else, and Dorothea also, to underscore the the power of Max's worries and the suggestion that those worries would only have increased over the last 10 years, and added, I think, the sense that the decline of the religious impulse has found new homes in worrisome venues that actually contribute to the concern about democratic self-rule that Chris has started us to be concerned about. But I think that at least with respect to the positive features of the futures that were known between Chris and Scooter, the sort of cheerful but guarded optimism of the future has taken a beating here. I mean, rather than sort of challenge that simply, I would like maybe to start by connecting Dorothea and Chris's presentations. And by the way, I think we should try as much as possible to converse as if we were in the room and overcome the technological barriers by a means of a sympathetic imagination and the fact that we are friends who know how to talk to each other, come what may. Chris, it seems to me that you were, in giving an account of why it is that freedom and democracy belongs in the epilogue, credited mostly the disproportion between our political institutions and the vision for them that rested really on a pre-modern age, and highlighted changes in communication and in transportation, and also the disappearance of a kind of elite that might have imagined that they would always have a kind of foot on the brake and a certain extra hand on the steering wheel. Whereas Dorothea and the epilogue suggest that not only are there these difficulties of religion and family to worry about in the future, but that what we've already seen really in our lifetimes, especially accelerating now, is that particularly the redirection of the religious impulse, not simply disappearing in secular times, has produced a new kind of fury and passion in our politics, and that the thing that is more worrisome is not somehow the failure of our political institutions, but the unleashing of a different kind of human being as a result of a change of our fundamental traditional non-political institutions. I don't think the positions they're perfectly compatible, but I wonder if I could get the two of you in conversation on this matter.
Dorothea, do you want to go first? I've got a few thoughts about that.
Go ahead, Chris. Yeah.
I was very deeply moved and informed by Dorothea's presentation, and I actually regard her arguments as highly complementary with what I was trying to say. And in fact, I intend to take several of her ideas and plug them right into the final version of my paper.
Well, if you allow me to do that, yours too. Okay.
That is to say that the decline of family domesticity and the translation of religious impulses from transcendent revealed religions to looking for redemption in this world, I think are part of what I was trying to describe. It is not just better technology has been a great empowering mechanism, but as people have become wealthy, leisured, equality-minded, and have become less religious and less family-oriented, enormous new energies have gone into politics, and part of the decline of limited government is nobody can even understand what that means in a world where politics is the source of our redemption. It has to be about everything in our lives. And the result is that all of life becomes politicized, and that gives us a very different world. I see one thing a little bit differently than Dorothea did, and that is the continuing role of traditional, revealed, transcendent religion in our politics. She says at one point that form of religion has been replaced on the right with a new form of ethno-nationalism. I don't see that both on the intellectual right and in the Republican Party. Occasionally some stray ethno-nationalist wanders onto the scene to be immediately squashed and repudiated by everybody else. I don't see it as having any important role in contemporary politics or intellectual debate. On the other hand, I think that religion, I'll just call it traditional religion, remains important, very important in the Republican Party and on the right. I also think it plays an important role on the left, traditional religion that is, and in the Democratic Party. In the 21st century, we've had two presidents, a Republican and a Democrat, who have sort of been traditional in their utterances of public pieties and the kind of traditional public religion that presidents practice, Presidents Obama and Trump. And we've had two presidents, a Republican and a Democrat, who are obviously deeply, authentically, personally religious, George Bush and Joseph Biden. So it seems to me that in some important sectors of our politics, traditional religion has not faded away, whatever may have been happening in the rest of the society.
Yeah, no, those are good points, to be sure. I think it's a gradual thing that's been happening among, especially the millennial generation and just the population more broadly. But those are good points. I don't mean to overstate it or exaggerate any of that. But I don't, I think with the ethno-nationalism, again, I agree with you, but this is sort of, I think, has to do some with the elites, right? The Republican elite, the ones, in office, they aren't embracing this, but I do see segments of this that was unleashed, and it kind of returns us to these sort of pre-modern dispositions that can be very dangerous, of course, to free government.
Can I ask you both a question, which I think threads some of your discussion together, and this has to do with autonomy and the seemingly endless rise of autonomy. I know it's hard to look ahead 4 years, and it's really hard to look ahead 20 years. And Max is asking us to look ahead 20 generations. Okay, but given our imperfect faculties for discernment, Chris, does this seemingly endless rise of autonomy, demand for autonomy, individual autonomy, put a constraint of any sort on the anti-democratic tendencies that you somewhat chillingly lay out? And Dorothea, the rise of autonomy looks to be pretty lethal for what we think of as the family structure as we have known it up until now. But is this demand for autonomy something which is like a passing season, a comet shooting over us? Or is this something which we should assume is going to be part of the history of the future that Max is demanding us to think about?
Before they answer, would you say a couple of sentences about autonomy so that everybody knows, so we're not filling in the blanks?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the idea of self-fulfillment, the idea of personalized appreciation and enjoyment, the idea of, I suppose we would say, self-improvement and enhancement. It's a sort of a self-focused idea where you get to make choices about your own life and immediate environment in ways that you think you're doing things for yourself rather than for your family, for duty, through kind of the draggy sort of stuff that you get from having a tradition.
Well, let me take a stab at that and suggest that the enthusiasm for autonomy, it's a sort of an intellectual mistake of Max's modernity. That is, so many constraints upon our lives have fallen away. The lack of we have resources, we have time. Virtually nobody worries about a roof over the head or a meal on the table. We choose our mates, we choose our religion. It's like we can choose everything, and it's just as 90% of the constraints of traditional life have been conquered. I think a lot of people say, well, I'm going to conquer the other 10% too. I'm going to decide everything about my life. And there is a consequent tendency to sort of downplay the actual constraints that are actually there. I mean, a lot of people, they're in their 30s or 40s before they realize they are the people that their mother and father created, and they're just kind of repeating what mom and dad did. And, they thought they were free agents, but actually they were products of a family of sorts. I think that that events have a way of impressing the continuing reality of constraint. Our politicians think that setting a budget and taxing the revenues we spend is not a constraint anymore. We can just borrow forever. And there are now elaborate schools of thought explaining that that is so. I think that is going to come a cropper. I think that the idea that large numbers of people should choose their own sex, and they should do so in pre-adolescence, and we have the medical technology to make that happen. I think that's an actual enthusiasm in modern society that I think is going to come crashing down in real time, and we will see it. So it's not that I'm not concerned about it. I think it is a real pathology, but I think that it is one that is going to be self-correcting in important respects.
Well, I hope you're right, Chris. I really do. And I think there is some self-correction due. I think Scooter mentioned Locke in his talk. And so this quest for individual autonomy has been going on, since that time for many centuries, of course. And I mentioned there was a Tocquevillian quality to Max's work. And, Tocqueville, of course, talked about, he said, tradition in America, the Americans view tradition as valuable for information only. There is this quest for our autonomy, this idea that we can sort of dispense with that and think things through on our own. The irony is, of course, is that when we dispense with these traditions that have structured our lives with great meaning and given us direction, we sort of lose our way, and we sort of fall into this kind of conformity, right? And we just sort of follow these trends. And now we're seeing that these trends are manifesting themselves, being fueled by religious instinct into politics and these other pathologies that are really diminishing, I think, our public life and also, our private tranquility.
I guess when Chris says this whole thing is going to come crashing down, and one could say that, no, I'm serious about a variety of things. We're on a course that looks like it's heading for a disaster, and to continue to think that way is to forget about the possibility of certain self-righting tendencies in human beings. Nature, if tossed out by a pitchfork, etc., will return. And there was in Max's chapter on demography, and Nick alluded to it and made much of it, something that I think all of us today, if we were just thinking about tendencies, would think was not only outlandish, but maybe insane, which is to say that, something might happen in the next century or two in which all kinds of women are going to decide to have many, many more children. And that in that particular area, almost much of Max's book reads as if there are certain forces in the world that are loose. Yes, he says there will be individual decisions here, and this society will try things differently. But one has the sense that there's almost a kind of economic necessity that's driving this, built upon the fact that people would like to live a little better than they now do. It's what Rousseau called perfectibility. It's just been unleashed. But here, and there's one place which suggests that, no, women might have choices to make, and those choices might be absolutely against the tendencies that we've now seen. So I'm just wondering whether that's a genuine possibility, whether there are other things in which there will be a kind of revolt against the ways in which our practices are denaturing us. Take the case, and I don't want to multiply the examples, but let me do just one more. The messianic politics. Someone said fairly recently, and he says this to students on campus, he tells the students that they have a God-shaped hole in their heart, and they're trying to fill it with politics. And it isn't going to work. And right now, when they discover it doesn't work, they just get angrier and angrier and blame outside forces for the failure of dealing with their own longings or their own restlessness. But it might very well be that a certain discovery sets in, and one recognizes that these are not the true objects or the true addresses for the things that the soul really longs for. And unless one thinks that all of these changes really are going to just simply destroy the deepest aspirations of the soul, can one think about some ways in which nature will revolt? And never mind that there should be another great awakening, which if one can pray for it, now would be a good time. But what do you think?
I'll just speak on the women and children. I do think in a way that technology could actually help in that regard, insofar as we've seen it with Zoom and technology allowing women to work from home, to have greater flexibility, and men too, of course. So that could lead to this instinct, of maternal instinct or nature reasserting itself, right? Because of technology that can accommodate it, rather than having to fight it as if you have to work a 40, 50-hour week away from the home, perhaps. So there might be that, I hope, some openings. And as you said, the sort of discovery of the emptiness after a while of all this heady politics that aren't really satisfying the deepest longings of the soul. I'm hopeful that nature will have a way of reasserting itself.
I think that Dorothea's point is terribly important. We do have this trend, this tendency, maybe it's causative. I think it's causative, but I can't prove it. In modernity, we see that people who are more moved by religious callings tend to have more children, and people who are more secular tend to have fewer children. In recent eras, tend to have fewer children than would be necessary for replacement. I can write you a storyline that this might continue, and this might turn out to be a characteristic of modernity, because history is written by the survivors, and there's this big tendency for population replacement that I mentioned already. But I think we should also bear in mind that we can't necessarily take it for granted that humans in the future will wish to have a sufficient number of children for our numbers to stabilize or even to continue indefinitely, because sometimes nature has a whimper rather than a revolt. And the idea that we will permanently be on this planet because of our own volition is an assumption.
May I ask Nick a question? Nick?
Sure.
I was struck on your table of which of these country cities is modern. And I think many people will have looked at your outlier, Jerusalem,
yep,
and thought those are the ultra-Orthodox Jews, you know, a sub-part of the population. Is that so?
No, it's
Leon has already answered.
It's not so. I mean, it's the ultra-Orthodox actually increase the average, but the average is well above 2 amongst the completely secular.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of families that in America, we tend to hear about Israel as being, there are the Orthodox and then there are the secular, but there are a lot of people, especially from North Africa, the Mizrahim, who call themselves traditional, and they have big families and strong families. And this is a country that, strangely, or maybe not so strangely, votes with its life for the future, and it's all across the board.
Nick, are there other examples outside of particular, you know, the Mormons in the United States, you know, of entire societies that are both modern and well above 2 in fertility levels?
The closest you can get, and this is really cheating, is, if you want to call it a country, Iceland. It's a tiny population. It's been very closed for much of its history. For quite some period of time, it's had fertility rates that have been as, you know, close to or above replacement. And I suppose the interesting thing in that laboratory is that those Scandinavians aren't particularly religiously observant. So it raises the question of whether something could substitute for what we think of as religion, whether it could be an ideology or a nationalism or some other sort of transcendent belief. I mean, again, if we're using Max's command of thinking a Columbus unit ahead, there are a lot of different things that people could believe in over that period of time that they might be able to organize their lives around.
If you take a large heterogeneous nation, let's say the United States, and you take religious subpopulations, for example, Catholics, Mormons, evangelicals in the United States, who have very high fertility levels.
Yeah.
Can you put that on your spreadsheet and turn the crank forward 100 years so that they become a much more important part of the country and the whole nation's fertility level goes up because everybody else is dying off?
Yeah, sure. I mean, but then it's, as you intimate, it depends what you mean by a Catholic, and which is quite apropos nowadays, isn't it? So if you make the assumption, which is, I think, somewhat counter-historical, that people stay on their parents' team, you will find that the sheer terrifying force of compound interest dominates everything. Max made this point in a number of different occasions, that you can have a very small group today that turns out to be the population of the future, simply thanks to compound interest. And everybody else kind of doesn't matter in the big picture of things. But you have to stay on your parents' team that way.
Let me turn let me turn to Scooter and foreign affairs and the question of war. You paint, some people would say you paint a grim picture. One might say you paint a realistic picture against Max's optimism. Are there alternative possibilities, internationally speaking, that might change these prospects? And in particular, one that Max takes up in the book, thoughts about world government and an attempt to put an end to the war system once and for all.
Well, I didn't interpret myself as being grim, but I'll take your characterization.
I said some people might think it was grim.
One point which I would make is, I think I sort of wholeheartedly hope that Max's predictions come true, particularly his prediction about world government, which is that we won't see world government. We won't even necessarily see major regional government. That, in fact, the more his prediction of an absence of war comes true, the less we'll think we need world government, because there won't be a sort of a warlike pressures to constrain with world government. And in fact, he looks at the world and says the tendency is for sort of states devolving, not states increasing. And he points to Scotland and Catalonia and those sorts of concerns. Those of us who were raised on the Federalist Papers probably believe it's a really good thing if government doesn't get infinitely far from people. I don't think the Japanese have to be ruled out of something like Brussels. I don't think that America needs to necessarily turn over parts of its sovereignty. I think that's a less attractive world. So if there is a world in which most states are abiding by certain established principles of fairness and comity and non-aggression, then I think it's better that different states get to rule themselves and have their own ways of dealing with some of the issues that we've been raising. So I think that part of his book is both optimistic and realistic in my view, as well as his, more importantly.
Scooter, I've got a question for you, because you seem to be a bit of a Pollyanna to me in all of these happy scenarios. If I look at human history, I can see a series of big catastrophes that have happened in the past. And in Max's book, we don't posit or even much consider the possibility of a big catastrophe between now and a Columbus unit from now. Now that seems to me to be a pretty strong assumption. So when Max is talking about, like, let's say a world of 250 million people, he's not saying that that's a world of 250 million people that climbed back from 10 million after the catastrophe. So, you know, you more than any of the rest of us, I think, have a realistic assessment of the destructive potentiality of modern weapons and the scope ahead. I mean, how much of a risk of a real drop in human population from a close to extermination conflict can you imagine in the generations that we can at least imagine, that we can at least try to pretend we foresee?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, many bipartisan commissions have said some event with a weapon of mass destruction is not a question of if, but when. So it's pretty easy to imagine something catastrophic happening. Nuclear weapon technology, pathogens, as I may have mentioned, when you hypothesize an attack, not just what may have happened out of China, an accidental release followed by an intentional spreading, but an intended attack from the start, which would, for maybe $1 million, almost any state today, could launch, and which would involve multiple pathogens presenting different characteristics that make it ever harder to determine what it is, you could see a population being wiped out. And let's take the example of when the Mayflower landed in America. 90% of the Indian population had been wiped out by European diseases. 90%, which is what gave them some room to start landing. Otherwise, the estimates are that the Native American population was somewhat akin to what the European population was at that time in terms of coverage of area. So it's not hard for me to imagine something like that. Nuclear war, we used to think in the era of fail-safe, we used to be concerned that there would be some sort of a catastrophic fallout situation, or nuclear winter, I think, first came from theories about how much soot would be put into the air. So those projections are possible. Well,
have a nice day.
Yeah, on the earlier discussion, it did occur to me, if we were living in the mid 17th century, and we heard people saying, you know, religion may be passing in its intensity, we'd probably go, oh, thank God. You know, they've been slaughtering each other in Germany. If we were living in 1780s South Carolina, where people were almost committing genocide, loyalists versus patriots, we'd have a different view of whether today's civic virtue is mild or extended. So I think if Max were here and we extended the range out a bit, we might see some of these problems that are in front of us today as manageable over the longer term. I don't know if they have Zoom in the afterlife, but if Christopher Hitchens was here, for example, I think he'd be pretty glad to say, you know, religion's killed more people than any other force on earth. And so if at the other end of that line we had Aristotle, he might be saying, you know, conscience is a god for any man. And the real test is, are we living by some of what we call religious virtues, but there are similar virtues in Japan and similar virtues in India and similar in China, of treating other people the way you want to be treated. And on that grander scale, I don't know if we have data from the anthropologists on this, but my guess is we're not doing so badly.
Scooter, I wonder what you think of this. It seems to me that we're in the middle of a pretty near-time test of Max's idea about the withering away of the war system, and that concerns Taiwan and Ukraine. In recent months, Russian and Chinese forces have mobilized, have done the things that they would do if they were preparing for actual invasions. And I think they could have just been trying to frighten the Ukrainian and Taiwanese populations, but it's also and scare the new administration in Washington. But they could have been preparing for actual invasions. I think that if the United States got involved, that would have a very big effect. But that they're not impossible scenarios, and we know many times that invasions have been launched against very, very heavy odds because the protagonist convinced themselves that it was important to one or another objective, and they underestimated the opponents. I have looked into this recently in both cases, and I found that a lot of militarily sophisticated people think that Russia and China believe they can essentially conquer those nations without military action, that military action would have enormous costs in international prestige and all sorts of other worlds that they operate in. It would harm the nations even if they were successful, and that they can achieve their objectives through diplomacy, economics, other forms of influencing much smaller nations that are much closer to them. So I would say if we go on for another 10 years and neither of these countries has been invaded, that would be some evidence of the logic of Max's theory here. I should say more so than the big example he uses in his book from 10 years ago, which is Europe, because Europe is a special case. For one thing, America has been guaranteeing the peace, so to say that it's peaceful is not exactly as persuasive, at least to me, as these two examples that we're actually living with right now.
Well, let's see, if I'm trying to take this from Max's point of view, I think he would say that the fact that Russia chooses to take Ukraine in a slower fashion through economic strangulation or internal subversion, or the fact that China comes up with something other than outright invasion, could affect numbers of things. One is it's more cost effective, perhaps, and secondly, that they face opposition and great risks. I think it's equally likely that China might at some point calculate it can take Taiwan without having a war that lasts very long and extends. And Russia did take Crimea through a quick invasion because they figured we could get away with it. They were in part right. Frederick the Great wrote years ago that he felt he could take Silesia, which was an important thing for him and an important thing for the people he was taking it from, by virtue of the fact that he could mobilize quicker than anybody else could, and that the international forces would then balance it out. That is the war system. That's not against the war system. Ukraine and Crimea are the war system. So I don't think Max would say that a 10 years restraint would argue against that. And I don't think that their restraint for this purpose, I don't attribute to the Chinese the kind of morality and belief in peace and reasonable solutions that Max was thinking about when he wrote about the end of that type of approach.
Good, thank
you. What do you think about the long-term, having the long-term effects of economic growth, technological advancement? I mean, Chris talked about how, at least in something like the United States, the political institutions might in fact be rendered problematic as a result of the technological progress that we have made. But we haven't addressed the suggestion that in some of the countries which are now authoritarian or worse, that in the long run, both the conditions of economic growth and the consequences of it tend toward a kind of liberalization and increased democracy. Again, we've got to think in terms of Columbus units rather than, what do you make of that argument?
Was that addressed to me or?
Well, you can start. I'm sure others have thoughts, but.
Well, I find the Columbus unit very hard to deal with. I thought I was straining with the 200-year unit. So, Nick has really pushed us beyond my visual horizon at this point. So, but in terms of change, I think we've always had change, and each time seems like we're right at the verge. But back in around early 20th century, people were saying war could not continue because of the machine gun. Just killed too many people. They would obviously not be able to continue. So I don't know if it's optimism or pessimism, but I tend to believe we've always been sort of a churlish, intolerant, clannish, tribalist bunch. and we're just changing the fields.
But you don't think that just the kind of economic and technological progress, the new modes of communication, the globalization of trade, the travel and so on, won't in some way tend toward a kind of democratization and liberalization because of some kind of just desire of the people for the kind of independence that they see in other places? In other words, what's the future of tyranny under conditions of modernization?
We have in fact seen a Max Singer tendency toward political liberalization in the past 50 years. I mean, many countries that were authoritarian in Asia and elsewhere have become at least moderately democratic, certainly in his sense of there being rights and realistic possibilities of organized public opposition, where that would not have been possible 30, 40 years ago. So there is a tendency in that direction. I think that modernity, his 13 of his 14 items will still tend to do that at certain levels of economic development. But modernity is to some extent on steroids these days, and a particular aspect of it that didn't really exist in 2011 or wasn't clear is that commerce has come to supersede politics. It used to be that the corporation was something that operated within a political context, but now we have many large, powerful corporations that are effectively international, and where their headquarters are is not particularly important. They operate all over the world. They have citizen employees, and people regard themselves, and they have huge influence over public discourse, over the habits of work, and this is something that is new. I mean, Galbraith wrote a book called The New Industrial State about how corporations were becoming more and more like political mechanisms. It seemed preposterous to me at the time. Now I tend to think, well, it might have been just 50 years too early.
There's also there are also the unimagined and unimaginable horizons for tyranny that come up from our economic and technological advance. I mean, I don't think that Orwell could have imagined what we see in China today with the development of the social credit rating system, which is a absolutely remarkably ingenious innovation of market-driven totalitarianism. So I mean, Lenin said, we recognize nothing private. That seems like a pretty good definition of totalitarianism. But he couldn't start to do the sorts of interventions into personal life that Xi Jinping and the CCP can do now with big data, artificial intelligence, manipulation of every little tiny personal choice. And this is just one or two generations into the Columbus unit. So what's ahead?
We have a few minutes left, and I would like to raise a question about the entire enterprise of futurism and futurology, in which Max and Herman Kahn were pioneers and giants. What do we think of this?
I just have one brief thought. I'm a great admirer of their approach and their idea about futurology for this reason. There is this tendency among intellectuals, and I fall prey to it, to look at the world around you and take the things that you like least and extrapolate forward from them. And it's almost as if Max and Herman were determined to adopt optimism as their basic ethos, as an antidote to that tendency. So they would look at very scary possibilities and see how they could develop into monstrously awful results. But that was the beginning of their inquiry. They would then say, you know, what can we see that is good in the current world that we can use to counter these bad things before they get out of hand? That's positive futurology. It hasn't often done well. It isn't often done well, but it was done very well by both of them.
Leon, I'll take a crack at your question if you promise afterwards I can ask you a question. Is that acceptable? Okay. All right. Okay. I agree with Chris in general, and I would more specifically focus on the diagnostic virtues that come out of this big futurological exercise. I mean, in some ways, it forces you to think about things that you obviously can't know about. But one of the things that it forces you to think about that you can know about is the connection between plausible alternative futures and where you are today. And if you go backwards on that chain, you can either see positive opportunities, or you can see worrisome risks that we today ought to be preparing for to make for a better world in the future. In a way, it's almost like a sort of a policy planning exercise looking through the wrong end of the telescope, if you see what I mean. But Leon, let me ask you this. Okay, Max's work is all about the passage to the human world. I mean, that's the title of one of his earlier books. But can you please tell us something about what the humanity is going to be like that we're dealing with in this future world? I mean, we know that of its own course, evolution does occur and may occur more rapidly sometimes than others. The human population has been changing over the last Columbus unit. But what about what's in store for humanity now and our humanness? I mean, Max doesn't talk about that too much, but how should we be thinking about this as we look towards a longer future?
My thoughts on this have changed somewhat. I mean, I left my career in medicine and biochemistry with the emergence of the new biotechnologies, the promise of genetic engineering, psychotropic drugs, computer brain implants, and the possibility, celebrated in fact by many scientists, that man would now take control of his own evolution, and we would be on our way to, if not a superior, if not a post-human future, at least a superior one. And I found this initially frightening and then incoherent, because there were no particular standards that would guide the people who were doing this, other than they could do it, as to what would be a better and what would be a worse outcome. They might take, as was said before, these little problems of of our modern life. For example, people are aggressive, so we'll produce a human being that's not aggressive. But and then you'll discover that what you're calling aggression is in fact the desire, is the source of ambition and the willingness to defend your family and various other kinds of things. And these were very naive beginning thoughts. The book that made a huge impression on me was Huxley's Brave New World, not 1984, which seemed to me maybe naively, now it's time to read it again. But Huxley's Brave New World showed a dystopia that went with rather than against the human grain, not a boot stamping in the human face forever, but pleasure out of the bottle and all kinds of substitutes for frustration and so on. And it was also the triumph of the humanitarian vision, in which we would cure poverty, disease, war, get rid of grief and envy and that sort of stuff. And you would be left with creatures of human shape and very stunted humanity. And it seemed to me that the biotechnological revolution, particularly since it was it began by trying to make life a little better, a little more comfortable, would head in that direction, and people would go for it. I haven't abandoned that concern, but it seems to me the things that I have worried about in the loss of the things that give human life its deepest meaning, we already see in the desperate problems of the future that are the desperate problems of today. And by the way, spending time in Israel only accentuates this for me. In America, everything is much more efficient. Things are much more economical, but if you're interested in sort of sense of meaning and purpose, the young people over here have it much more powerfully than they do in back home, where people have lived for generations now with peace, prosperity, and just about anything you want. I'm talking about the elite and the privileged people. And it seems to me the question is, what today are the likelihood of satisfying the longings for a partner with whom one can make a life, meaningful work as opposed to a job and an income, participation in something that is really fulfilling, and I don't mean globally, but where you live. I really worry about what's the payoff from all of this peace, prosperity, economy, and efficiency. And I think this is even without any new genetic engineering or modification of the human being. I think the problems of what it means to have a rich human life is here. I do think we have the resources in the tradition, and one sees, I think one begins to see some kind of sense that maybe the technological future is already somewhat dehumanizing, and people might be hungering for something else. And the question is, can the people who know that's something else provide examples of it, make occasions for its emergence? But I think the things in Max's chapter, the last chapter, are here. And they're here especially for us. And then the question is, not just can you somehow combine motherhood and working from home, but can one begin to see that all these other false gods, which we think answer to our deepest longings, are in fact false, and that it's something like handing on what you've learned and your way to the next generation, participating in an eternal teaching that the religions actually offer us, that those are really much more fulfilling than wealth, power, honor, fame, glory, and a gazillion friends on Facebook. I don't do futurology, but I don't think, I think the problem that we have to solve is here. And we who at least recognize it are in a much better position to try to do something about it than a generation that would be so alienated from the alternative that they won't even know what they're missing. That, I think, is the real difficulty. That's a terrible place to end. We shouldn't end like that. Dorothea, say something encouraging.
Well, as I said, Max had that optimism still. And if he can have it, I think we all can, right? I mean, he saw very, very deeply and very far, and he still had that optimism. So I'm hopeful that he's right. And I think part of that is to be informed, as he was, to look back to the past and to these pre-modern traditions and find versions of them somehow, or keep them present. And I think that was really important, contribution that he made with this work. As forward-looking as he was, he still nudged us to keep alive those traditions that you talked about that really do give us deep meaning and will help us really direct the future.
And I like very much that both Chris and Scooter, Scooter in his presentation, Chris in the remarks here, suggested that Max was somehow responding to the gloom and doom prophets. I mean, overpopulation, exhaustion of resources, the warming of the earth, and the like. And that I don't think either of you suggested that what he pursued was anything but the truth as he saw it. But the pursuit of the truth was partly animated to not allow the gloom and doomsayers to somehow crush the human spirit and frighten us for pursuing the prospects for a rich and worthy life as individuals, as family members, and people of a community. And I do think that this book has certainly stimulated me to think about things in ways I would not otherwise have done. And I think for that alone, we should be very grateful for Max. And maybe when we hear from Saul, we might get something of Max's more hopeful answer than even we could be here in winding up. Thank you very, very much for really a wonderful, wonderful morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel, for a very fine and rich discussion. We now have a special treat. We have with us from Jerusalem, Saul Singer, Max and Suzanne's oldest son, author of a best-selling Startup Nation. And Saul has been listening into this conversation, and we've invited him to offer his own response to what he's heard. And then he and I will converse about the panel, the discussion, and also about his father's life and work. Saul, most welcome, and looking forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Leon. I want to start by thanking all of you for thanking John Walters, Ken Weinstein from Hudson, Nick Mackey for all the behind the scenes work and the video tribute, Sarah for coordinating the Zooming, and then the amazing panelists, Chris DeMuth, Scooter Libby, Nick Eberstadt, and Dorothea Wolfson. I can't stop thinking about how much my dad would have enjoyed this and how frustrating it must be for him that he can't unmute himself right now. I also want to thank all of you for what you said about him as a person. I think that his warmth came up a lot. And one of the things that struck me during the Shiva, that struck all of us, I think, is how many people came up to us and said, how warm a person he was and how good at listening he was, and that he would engage people with their ideas, you know, as if they were the most important ideas in the world, and so seriously, no matter who they were. And that ability really struck people. And it seems to have struck everyone who knew him. And before we start, I can express enough gratitude to you, Leon, for being such an important companion for my father, particularly in his last days. And you're becoming a kindred spirit from my mother. He had so much respect for you. It is hard to describe how much your words about the book, about the importance of the book, meant to him as he was taking stock of his intellectual legacy of his own life, coming from an outsider, not his own family, someone he really respected. Was so important. And now you've been the guiding force for this event, and that's putting concrete actions behind the words about that you said to him about the book, and it has allowed all of us to really magnify the book as well. I was born 19 days after Hudson Institute in the summer of 1961. I grew up in the small town of Croton where Hudson was. I vaguely remember meeting Herman Kahn and wishing later that I was aware enough to appreciate him when he was alive. But I felt that I knew Herman through my dad. Someone mentioned earlier that Herman was such a powerful intellectual influence on my father that he was often unsure whether his idea, my father's ideas, were his own or whether they were actually from Herman. And this really resonated with me because it pretty much describes exactly my relationship with my father. I find that I have these long held and carefully crafted beliefs and passions that seem my own, but if I think enough about it, they may have come from him. So actually this puts me in a good position to respond both for myself and at the same time, at some level, maybe channeling what he would have said, whether I like it or not. So it's very difficult for me to sum up these 4 such thoughtful presentations. I'll just make some observations. Excuse me. First, it was wonderful to see how all of you were stimulated by Dad and the book to try to zoom out to his perspective that stretches centuries into the past and the future in Columbus units of 600 years, as Nick put it. Somehow, most of that turned out pretty pessimistic when you did that. Some of the major themes were the physical and social threats to freedom, the dissolution of the family and community in favor of personal autonomy, with this in turn leading to demographic collapse, a picture of civilization falling apart and winding down. There wasn't any real discussion about aging, but countries that are with below replacement birth rates and shrinking populations are also aging populations, of course. And also there was a lot of discussion about optimism and pessimism, where Dad was always being held up as the optimistic side. But it's important to note, as Dorothea did, that he wrote that he was agnostic as to whether the future he was describing would be good or not. I guess maybe I would put it this way. His message was not that you shouldn't be pessimistic. I'm sorry. His message was that you shouldn't be pessimistic about the wrong things. The pessimism a lot of people have tends to be about resources, about the planet, about energy, about all these things, when what we really should be focusing on is human challenges. Where the title of his previous book, The Passage to a Human World, really says it all. That was his message, that we're talking, the future world is a human world, and whether that's a good world or not depends on us. So the thought that I had from the discussion is whether modernity is reversible. Because my dad was portraying this march, this inexorable march to modernity for the whole world. The question is, what are they marching towards? I mean, it's going to be modern, but is that modern world going to kind of fall apart? So it's as if maybe the world is marching inexorably towards a cliff called modernity. So, you know, what's funny is that he's accused of being an optimist because he's saying the whole world is becoming modern, and that may actually be the pessimistic scenario. So, and I want to bring in here something that's very important, obviously, to our whole family, and very, I think, relevant to this discussion which came up, is Israel. And the question came up, you know, is there any exception to the rule of well above replacement fertility rates in a modern country other than Israel? And I think Nick will forgive me for saying there's no other country really that fits in this category. And this actually touches on something I've been working a lot on for the next book that Dan and I are working on, which is more about Israeli society, and is actually in some ways trying to answer the question about this Israeli exception. How can Israel be at the same time a modern country and a very family-oriented country, a modern country and a country that replaces itself, that is young and growing instead of shrinking and aging? What's our secret? And I think this is really a critical question for the modern age, because maybe if Israel can do it, it can be done. And you know, I'm not going to get into our whole thesis here, but I think it seems that maybe what we're saying here is that this is the challenge. How do we take the things that worked in some ways in traditional societies? We don't want to go back to a traditional society, but we do want to have families and communities and meaning. And how can we have that as modern people, as modern societies? If I have to say what maybe my father was saying is the biggest challenge, I think it might be that. So I'll leave it at that for now, and hope I'm sure that we'll have a good discussion with Leon's questions.
That's really quite a moving and interesting statement, and leading to, I think, the question of questions. I think your dad certainly appreciated the gifts of modernity, in the sense that all people, and not just a few, would live in conditions of health and longevity, and not in misery, and would have an education and so on. And it is really one of the great triumphs of the world that you and I were born into, that compared to grandparents, just an astonishingly easier, more comfortable, life, a life with more opportunity, a life of education. And then the question of questions is, does all of that prosperity, does all of that freedom, and let's add, does all the peace, the absence of sort of sap the human spirit, lead people to turn inward, seek their own pleasures, and lose the richness of human life for the sake of which one had wanted to eliminate the obstacles to our flourishing. I don't want to make you tell us the whole content of your new book about the secret of Israel, but it's very, very striking. And some of it seems to me to have to do with the part of the world in which Israel lives, and one cannot take one's peace and prosperity for granted. Part of it seems to have to do with the fact that the coin of the realm in terms of moral language is not rights and the demands that follow upon asserting one's rights, but the longer tradition has to do with obligation, with commitments, with duties. Even the people who are not religiously observant have been reared by people who were reared by people who knew that we were summoned to rise up and to live a life for which we had to answer, not the American spirit of the day. But what do you think either you or your dad would say to the way in which the discussion of the desperate problems of modernity played out? What substantively, besides saying this is still the real question, reflecting on what you've heard, reflecting on your conversations with him and your own considered thinking, because I know you've been working on this for several years. What would you say?
So we have a great picture from about 2 weeks before my father died, which is him and my mom and 3 of his sons and their families. So together that's 11 grandchildren. And since he passed away, there's now 2 great grandchildren. And all of us live in Israel. And the grandchildren's generation and from then on are born in Israel. And you know, I think about this personally because our own 3 daughters are around Army age. One is a few years after, one just got out, one is a few months from getting out, is in now. And I think about what their lives would have been like if we hadn't moved to Israel and they'd be going to university right now. And I have to say, I kind of shudder to think about it, because I feel like this experience that Israelis go through that is about service, that is about the group rather than the individual. I think that is really, I mean, there's a lot of talk about personal autonomy in the previous discussion. Israel is very much, I mean, we're talking about ambitious people. We're talking about people who are very much about, you know, success. And on the other hand, there are people who are very much about their family, their community, the country. And they're the kind of group think in a good way that's inculcated into Israelis as they're growing up. And certainly when they're serving in the army, where the primary lesson is that's so against human nature is It's not about you. It's about things that are bigger than you. And that's where you get into meaning. And that's an antidote to too much or autonomy run out of control. It's an antidote to the kind of collapse of community. And to me, the question is, how do you get this without war? How do you get this without a kind of endemic threat, living with threat continuously for the last 100 years? And you know, these kids are in the army. They're not playing around. They're actually doing work that needs to be done. And some of them are, you know, are around the Gaza Strip right now. So the question is, we don't wish that on ourselves or anybody else. And what I think, and here I think there's a positive sign from the pre-military academies in Israel, these kind of gap year programs, which are not military. But they are very much about kind of the group and service and all the good things, but without the military part. And to me, the important word is service. It doesn't have to be military service. It could be any kind of service. You know, there's the New York Times, of all places, had an editorial recently pushing for national service and cataloging all the bipartisan support for national service. But it's never happened. But it seems like there's a consensus that we need something like that. So I don't think we have to give up on the idea of the kind of solidarity and ability to combine autonomy with the group that Israel has done. I don't think it's impossible to do without a threat. There are enough great problems that need solving. There are enough challenges in the world. The problem is always being turned, you know, inward. What's good for me rather than what can I do? And that's the tough thing, is to change that mentality.
Let me ask about the sort of entrepreneurial and economic spirit, which it seems to me your dad's book put the desire for improving one's material conditions in life close to the engine of everything. And then one might say that invites a certain kind of materialism. It leads people in their education to think about education for employment rather than educational for personal growth and development. And how does one restrain that? I mean, you've mentioned service, but if it turns out that it's no longer the study of the humanities or of classics or philosophy, but the STEM courses, because those are the gateway to what the modern world wants and what the modern world needs, and where there's going to be employment, and it's the wave of the future. Are we not, even in Israel, and is this not part of the problem of the West generally, that we've in a way made economics the centerpiece of thinking about how the world works, and other things pale by comparison? And if that's a danger, what besides service does one have to rely on?
So actually one of the kinds of discussions I would have with my parents, kind of about my thinking, is that the irony is that the STEM subjects, which everybody thinks, every education minister you'd ever meet would say, we need more STEM desperately. And that's how to get everyone ahead. And, and that's the way to prepare yourself for the future. It's actually almost the opposite. And there's a great book I recommend to everybody, which is Humans Are Underrated by Jeff Colvin, which talks about essentially the future of work. And that the future of work is going to be dealing with other humans. The robots and computers can kind of deal with each other and deal with things that are less human. Which means if the world is going to be more human, as Dad said, then we need to be more human. And where do you do that? Maybe in this thing called humanities, which is about humans, is a good place to start. Yes, I mean, and we as a family kind of agreed on this, that this is the way to go. And I don't know what you can do to make people understand this. And I do agree that the higher education system in Israel tends to be, more like the European one, where you're kind of forced to specialize early, very specialized, not so much a liberal arts education like Shalem is doing, as you know. There's a wonderful institution in Jerusalem that's trying to bring liberal arts to Israel. But I would say this, that Israelis love to be and are very multidisciplinary. It's a huge characteristic, and it has a lot to do with our style of innovation. We combine all kinds of things, different sciences, different arts, different, and you find so many creative people, learning, biology and, theater or different kinds of sciences, or, it's all about combinations. And it's true in our science, it's true in our startups, it's true in the food, it's true in the movies. It's just, this is the way we do things here. So, we may have this kind of narrow form of higher education, but we've managed to, to be multidisciplinary in our thinking as kind of a MO, as a modus operandi here.
Let me ask about part of the book that the panel didn't get a chance to talk about, the chapter on the future of work and work. Work used to be crucial to the meaning of a life. Not for everybody, but for lots of people. It wasn't just understood to be a job to gain an income so that you could actually enjoy yourself during the non-working hours, but work could be and was fulfilling. The character of work is changing quite a lot. Very few people make anything anymore. They make parts of something. I mean, unless you drop out and become a kind of artisan or craftsman to recover that kind of sense of holistic vocation, the entire economy is geared to piecework and is functions on specialization. And even the workplace is people in their cubicles and doing this. I don't think from the book that your dad sort of laid out his thoughts about what this might mean in terms of personal satisfaction. It wasn't listed as one of the desperate problems of the future. It was simply a not known. Do you have any thoughts of your own, or what do you think he might say looking at the evolution of work? And by the way, Nick Eberstadt, latest book, Men Without Work, really points out it's not just that there are people who don't have income, but they're demoralized because the fulfillment of their own being as providers, as people who are builders and makers and so on, that's much harder to realize these days.
Yeah, no, I mean, the problem of sort of the hollowing out of work and for so many people is a huge problem, and I feel like, you know, we can't all be YouTubers and social media influencers and things like that. I mean, one thing that my father pointed out a lot, and a lot of people do when they're talking about the future of work, is that, you know, we tend to focus on all the jobs that will be lost, and we can't really imagine the new jobs that will be coming along. Just like, you know, 10 years ago, you couldn't imagine a bunch of jobs that people have today. The problem is, you know, in the past when, you know, and this goes way back, you know, hundreds of years, where, you know, the Luddites were smashing looms because the looms were taking away their jobs, you know. But the issue here is that this change is, you know, moving much more quickly. You know, there was a lot of time for farmers to become factory workers and factory workers to become, you know, office workers, and now it's just moving so quickly. So I think there's a legitimate concern that this time could be different. Though I'm really kind of resistant to these things like universal basic income that basically say, well, you know, well, the winners will just pay off the losers, and that seems like it exacerbates the problem because, you know, because work is so important for meaning. If you take away the need to work, but I think, look, the fundamental crisis of the modern world is a crisis of meaning. And the reduced ability for work to provide meaning for so many people means that we need to get meaning somewhere else, if we're not going to get it from work. And that's where, you know, the family and religion and relationships and all that comes in. And the fact that these things are falling apart at the same time is of course, a huge problem. And the mental health situation among young people is just, you know, scary. But one thing I wonder is, you know, in the discussion, we tend to only look at these pessimistic trends, and they are scary. But what I wonder is whether some of these aren't pendulums, you know, that it moves all the way over to one side, and then it flows back the other way, and suddenly people realize that all this autonomy is not what it's cracked up to be. And, you know, you have, you know, it's called the religious instinct. We have a meaning instinct. We have a religious instinct. We have an instinct not to be alone. And if we're alone, you know, I think people have pointed out that depression is like a signal to get out of loneliness, like hunger is a signal to go get food. And so we have these signals in our bodies. We have these instincts that aren't going away. with all this change, they're not going away. So the question is, do those instincts kind of drive the pendulum back and have people, for instance, decide that children are actually more important than career? In other words, that sounds the wrong way right now, the way people use it. What I mean is more like what happens in Israel, which is basically people decide how many kids they want, and then their income and job has to adjust to that. And the reason why birth rates are going down so much everywhere else, it's the opposite. You decide how many kids you can afford. That's not what Israelis do. They decide how many kids they want, and the other, whatever happens around, that's what happens. And if people start realizing that you need some kids and family for meaning, and that it's more meaningful than what you're giving up for it, maybe the pendulum will swing the other way. Oh, by the way, one encouraging, in a way, reason why this might happen is that if you look at just about every rich country, desired fertility is higher than actual fertility.
Really?
It's true. Yeah, in the United States, everywhere. It can be half a kid or one kid, or it's on that order higher. And so that shows the potential right there. People want more kids than they have, and they think they can't have them. They think they can't afford them.
Afford is a flexible notion, right? I mean, it
depends on what you value most,
and how fat or narrow are your desires. Although, look, I mean, this is the first commandment in the Bible is to be fruitful and multiply. On the assumption that God doesn't waste his commandments. He doesn't sort of say, eat or drink, or doesn't say, mothers, love your children. It says, to children, honor your father and mother. It has to be commanded. The suggestion might be that, look, under conditions of peace and prosperity and freedom, people will be inclined to indulge themselves, and they would be reluctant to sacrifice their own pleasures for the sake of the next generation. Life is good now. They're not going to say, I'm going to work real hard so my children will have the advantages I never had, which was true of my father and his generation. This is at least a question. I mean, you could say the instinct to reproduce, but it's at odds with the instinct for self-indulgence and one's own pleasure. Unless you have a kind of tradition which has seen that, and maybe let me just elaborate on this for a moment. The Jewish tradition dealt with the problem of mortality uniquely in the world. Unlike the Egyptians, which embalmed the dead and hoped the magicians would find a way of reanimating them, at least the pharaohs. And unlike the Canaanites, who ate, drank, and merged with anything in sight, because tomorrow we die. And unlike the Mesopotamians in the Tower of Babel, who aspired to have man become a god to men, the way of Israel was to bury the dead and to transmit a way of life. Circumcision was not for entering the party of the warriors at the time of puberty, but was a reminder to the fathers of the covenant that the sons were to be dedicated to. And so Israel and the Jewish people have a kind of culture in which the whole way of life is oriented towards transmission and towards passing on not just life, but our own share in eternity. I mean, we have a kind of share in the life of this people and of the teaching, which is, and of the source. That used to be very prominent, or a derivative of it was somehow prominent in the Christian world, though the Christians have a more otherworldly orientation, I think, than traditional Judaism. Does this have any resonance for you and what you're thinking about the difference of Israel?
Well, first of all, I'd never thought about the strangeness of the commandment to be fruitful and multiply, because it's as if it was way ahead of its time, because for thousands of years you didn't have to tell anybody that. They had lots of kids. And, you know, and now it's actually come to be important. But what was the part you ended with?
Well, the point I'm ending with is whether or not, in a way, whether at the bottom of this is something about the disposition of a civilization toward our mortality and our finitude. And by the way, I mean, those civilizations of old, Egypt, Canaan, the Mesopotamians, those are not just ancient alternatives, those are mentalities. And one could see the Egyptian mentality and the Canaanite mentality, they're alive and well in the United States. The possibility of technocratic despotism that actually delivers on indefinite prolongation of life, lots of people would take it. And the hedonistic alternative, because tomorrow we die and we will have our pleasures now, that's also very alive and well. But Western civilization was in a way tied to a different notion that we dealt with mortality in relation to an eternal God who, unlike nature gods, cared for us, taught us a way of life oriented towards that eternity rather than our own imperishability. And at least in the Jewish case, made the transmission of this way of life the centerpiece of how you lived.
Yeah, I think that, as you suggested, the fact that the idea of transmission, the idea of that what we bring to the next generation, that, you know, that these generations are in a chain and we have to do our part in that chain, going backwards and forwards. That's very much Israel. That's very much, you know, it's very interesting to think about, you know, why Israelis have so many kids. And, you know, part of it, of course, is a kind of virtuous cycle where if everyone around you is having 3 kids, so you have 3 kids. Actually, there were some stories on TV that 4 is the new 3. And what's amazing here is that having 4 kids is actually a status symbol. I mean, if you have 4 kids, it shows that you've made it. And, you know, in say the US or Europe, if you have, instead of everyone's having 2 and you have a 3rd, you know, okay, great. It's not a status symbol. It's not, you don't get points for that. But in Israel, it's, you know, great, good for you. And part of that, I think, is passing on. I mean, part of that is a chain going backward and forward, in that, even the most secular Israelis are at some level, unconscious or conscious, aware that they're sitting on the shoulders of like 2,000 years of Jewish history.
Right.
So there's this consciousness of the past, not to mention the Shoah, but also just Jewish history. And that Israel is something that, people are trying to destroy, and this is something we're defending. So of course, part of this thing continuing is our kids. So it's definitely part of that. And you think about this, turning autonomy into a kind of God, where part of that autonomy is that kids are inhibiting my autonomy. It's really not surprising that birth rates are plummeting while autonomy, this kind of rising of the importance of autonomy, is going up. This is not a coincidence. And Israelis' autonomy is kind of bordered by the sense of the group as well. It's kind of kept. It's very healthy. It's very real. Israel's not China. Israel's not about deference and hierarchy and kind of subsuming yourself in the collective. We are at this, and actually Paul Johnson, in his book about the Jews, wrote about Jews, that the Jews have this weird hybrid of individualism and collectivism. A very interesting observation, I think, is absolutely right. And Israelis have that baked in too, maybe partly from Judaism. So yeah, there's a chicken and egg question. Maybe Israeli society is constructed the way it is because of this Jewish hybrid. But I would say Israel, if anything, is taken it to another level, because you don't see this kind of hybrid really in the Jewish world outside of Israel. You don't see the high birth rates at all in the non-Orthodox population. I think non-Orthodox American Jews, probably elsewhere too, I don't want to pick on American Jews, have among the lowest birth rates in the country. In Israel, this sense of the collective. I'll just give one example. In Israel, teachers and parents and kids measure the classroom partly on how cohesive it is. The kita migubeshet means a cohesive class. This idea of gibush is a very evocative word in Israel. It means my youngest daughter, she's training 4 people in the military, and she just had them over for a sleepover for gibush, to bring them together.
Yeah.
So Israeli classrooms, if the teacher might say, I'm having trouble with this, or the parents would say as a criticism, or it's a thing. And that's just in the classroom. You take scouting and take the army and take all these other things. But it's just an example of how it permeates the thinking of the society.
Saul, I think we're going to wind up in a little bit, but before we do that, I wondered if you'd be willing to say something about how the book and how the book, in your view, sort of fits in with your dad's life as a whole, the things he valued, the way he lived. he was a remarkable man. This is not just the product of a remarkable intellect, but of something more, a splendid kind of soul and human being. And maybe you could say something that we could close this off with.
Well, I think my dad was, he enjoyed the world of ideas, but it wasn't really about ideas for their own sake. It was about ideas in the service of changing the world. And he was always thinking, how can we turn this into a policy that will make a difference? And that's true, just throughout his life. That's true of all the thinking in the book. It's true of all the work at Hudson. It's true of the existence of Hudson, which, by the way, I didn't know that it was my father who convinced Herman to open up his own grocery store. That's a story I hadn't heard. But that's a great example. Herman sitting there in this world of ideas, and my dad is saying, do it. Turn this into something. And so that permeates really everything. And the part of his thinking that we explored through this book is just part where his thinking about the Jewish people in Israel is another major vein, and they're not disconnected completely, but I have to say, I think as the arc of his life with the shift was towards thinking about Israel and the Jewish people as he was living here. And there's an essay that he and I discovered in his files. We were going through his files a few days before he died. And we found this 30-year-old essay from Moment magazine that he wrote, which is, it was called something like A Futurist Looks at the Future of the Jewish People. And it was this breathtaking essay combining in a way that I don't think anybody else could, the perspective, the centuries-long perspectives of the future with the Jewish people. In other words, everything that's in the book with the Jewish people. And basically saying that we need to be much bigger. We shouldn't be talking about, how to preserve the 10 million or 15 or whatever it is we have. We should be talking about hundreds of millions of Jews. And this is something that is very much a part of my thinking that I guess I got from him, is that the Jewish people thinks that it can kind of stay in place, that you can try not to shrink and then you will be okay. But you can't. You're either shrinking or you're growing. There is no stability. So we have to grow. And both of us were very much into conversion and the need for more people to become Jews. But that's not by knocking on doors. And here again, all this comes together because the way he saw this happening was for Israel to be such a model of a way of living, of a community, of a country, that people would want to join it. Either come here or join the Jewish people. That you if you are successful, if you're optimistic, if your morale is high, if you're growing, people might want to say, okay, I want some of that. And that is the secret to growing the Jewish people. And it's in Israel, because it's not going to happen. Communities outside just don't have the strength to do this, to be an overall way of life for modern people. So that's kind of how he brought everything together.
Thank you very much. I just want to say, Saul, that getting to know your dad and now getting to know your mom since his passing even more, and to know you and Danny and Benji, and to see the immediate tangible fruits of a way of life and of aspirations for precisely the things that you're talking about, that your dad and your mom have somehow passed on to you and your brothers, has been really an inspiring and heartwarming thing to see. And other people have noticed and commented on it, but there's a certain seamlessness and integrity of life and of thought, which survives into the next generation. I know your daughters, and I've seen some of the other grandchildren. It's going to survive a lot longer than that. And as you point out, you're a very strong link in a very strong chain. And you're blessed to have the father you did and the mother you have, and all blessings on you and your family. It's been a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you so much, Leon. You're part of the family now as well, I think.
It's an honor. It's a real honor to be part of this family.